Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第428天。It is day 428. I think we're being pretty good with most of the things yesterday. So let's get into our lessons. I'm contemplating about cutting the reviews a little bit short today, so that we can get right into our finishing up our Kiwami 3 Chinese dub wrap up. I'll see how it goes before we hit that vocabulary.
诽谤
Beibang. Slander. Beibang. Alright. What? Whoops.
诽谤
Okay.
瘫痪
Tanhuan. Paralyzing sickness. Interesting. Tanhuan. Okay.
瘫痪天鹅
Tian'e. Okay. Heaven Goose. Just have to go with it. Heaven Goose is indeed the swan. Okay.
天鹅蜀锦
Shujing. Shujing. Sichuan. Oh no. Brocade. Okay. Alright. Okay. Brocade is rough. Yesterday was not a good day for Brocade. Okay. Okay.
蜀锦燕窝
Yeah. Wall. Edible bird's nest. Oh, bird's nest was not good yesterday either. Wall. Okay. Those are our two most recent ones in the most recent group. Okay.
燕窝
It's actually, the edible nest is coming from swallow, where the yen comes from. Okay.
诽谤蜀锦瘫痪燕窝天鹅
Alright.
偏颇
Yanpo. Okay. Lean and incline. Hmm.
偏颇起兴
Qixing. Qi. Qi is to open, and then xing, a quarrel, to start a quarrel. Qixing. Trying to soak in the xing here. Okay.
起兴企鹅
Qie. And now we got the tiptoeing goose.
企鹅鸟窝
Insert a Benedict Cumberbatch meme there. Niao Wo. Okay. Use of that.
鸟窝寻衅
Xing Xing. Xing is seeking. Now we have seeking a coral to pick a coral. Okay.
寻衅
All right.
偏颇
Whoops. Biased. What? That's to type something.
鸟窝 企鹅 喜性 寻衅
All right.
鞭子
Yanzi. Okay. Fair enough.
鞭子兽医
Chouyi. Okay. Makes sense.
兽医
Oh my goodness. There's an extra syllable missing.
海螺
Ailuo. A conch. That's fair enough.
海螺变
Bien. That looks like bien. How did it change up with the silk? It's double. It's definitely the double. Okay. So we got the ban also. Ban to manage, but we got the bien to dispute, and then we got the bien to differentiate. I don't actually remember how this differentiates. Oh, saber. Cute, self-explanatory. And then we got the double bonds. The bond for petal and then the bond for manage. And we got the bien. Okay. Braid. Silk. Okay. Alright. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, taking a break from work. As he sits on the toilet, he makes a braid out of the secondhand silk that he wears on his head as a hair extension. At the end of it is a pepper, which he thinks adds a spicy touch to the braid. Let's go with that. Yeah, it's okay.
变兔
Oh, Buster. Is this overlaps with bowl? Two. Well, it certainly doesn't overlap with Zhu. Yep. What roll? Cupid is in the bathroom of the house where he's working on a new weapon of love, the cluster handgun. Attached to it is a compass that points in any potential lovers. Oh, okay. Shoots out clusters of love-seeking bamboo darts. Cupid tries it out by shooting at the tile wall, and sure enough, a cluster of those bamboo darts shoots out of the handgun and lands into the cluster. Alright, I'll bite. And cluster. Okay, cluster of bamboo arrows, handgun, compass. All right. So embrace. Oh, I see. Okay.
醋
All right.
鞭子寿衣醋变
I lost it.
海螺
Okay.
灰
Wait. There are a couple that are similar to this. It changes the middle bottom, so there's way. I'm differentiating that as table. There's also Chung, punish. There's Chung right here, which also has a heart. I think there's one more. Am I crazy? I am crazy. Alright, so those are the only two so far. Outside of this new one, are there gonna be more of this? No? Oh, no, there's one. But that's lining up with Wei. Oh, there's another one. Okay. I thought there was one more somewhere. It's not. Right. There's not much to do other than lock in. Emblem and badge. The Hulk is in front of the beach house, okay, by the bay, wearing a pair of sandals, sure, as he stands upon a small mountain of sand. He uses his superhuman strength to split the ground open, pulling the foreman out, who in turn gives him a superhero emblem made of silk in gratitude. The Hulk pastes the silk emblem onto his blue shirt. Alright, we're good. Pretty good. I'll take it. Guo, Ho, Guo Hui, that type of thing. Alright.
灰
Alright. The ground. Alright.
做
Zuo. Bore a hole. Like, make a hole? What the... Alright. Is there anything I can hold on to for sound? No. Alrighty, here we go. Lay it on me. Zeus is in the bathroom of the office building where he is holed up in one of the metal stalls. Okay. The office worker who are trying to force the god to work are trying to bore a hole into the metal stall to get him to work. Zeus sits inside on top of a sheep wearing a laurel wreath befitting his god status as the workers shoot missiles made of mortars at the metal stall door, trying to bore a hole into it so they can rip it open and get him to... Oh boy. Okay. What up? Yeah, and that's a mortar without the pedestal. Oh, without the pestle. Dang. Alright. This is in the bathroom of the office building where he is swaying his subjects. Oh, this is starting to sound like Julius and Napoleon. Okay. Swaying his subjects to construct a metal statue, his likeness, on top of a majestic sheep with sheep. Donning, wearing a laurel wreath. Missiles? I as to appeal his vanity. Office workers. Or a hole to the tile floor and took apart metal from missiles. Find it with mortar to construct such a statue. Yikes. I think that's good enough though. Let's see, I see the metal, right? Missiles from the metal combined with the mortar creates a loose on a sheep. The boring a hole might be a problem. And no word examples, okay.
坐 床
Back to normal. Chuang. Maybe not so normal. Don't see a Chuang. I do on the right feel like child, right? Tong. Okay. How often does Tong come up? Not enough. Not enough to be reliable. Okay. Chucky is inside the chapel where he is building building next to the pews. He uses a holy towel that is a Chinese mile long towel in a hole in a wide to make a strange building. Afterwards, he goes inside his evil building while a dull guard stands outside to prevent the priest from entering the building. Everyone else in the chapel looks on scared. Okay. Hold up. Man, I almost want to flip the Chinese mild for like home. Yeah, I feel like I want to flip the Chinese mild. I mean, it is coming up. it is coming up though. Okay. I think this is okay. It's like meh. Liu Chang. I wonder if there's any significance of 6. Why 6?
床
Often the vocabulary when they pick a very specific number or like any particular number, there often might be some like nuance to it. Why particularly 6 of this and 5 of that and 7 of this?
歌
Not culture enough to know. G pigeon. I mean, that does look like a G right next to a pigeon. Oh, but it Could be he as well. Or am I crazy? Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. Dang it. That doesn't help. Okay. Alright. Gandalf is in front of the electricity plant, unable to get in. He takes off his glove and throws it in the air, whereupon it turns into a bird, a pigeon to be precise, which flies around the electricity plant looking for a way in so that he can carry a message to someone inside. It being a carrier pigeon after all. Okay. I'm okay with this. We got this. How does that deal with the electricity plant? Fly around. We'll see. That's it.
歌至
Sure. There is a bit of a jur in there. Which jur am I thinking of? Jur for job. There's also jur for weave, and then of course sure. Okay. Oh no, wait. That's jur, not jur. Jur for weave. Banner. We got the towel. Okay. James Bond's in the bathroom of the house, preparing for the final battle of his mission that will happen momentarily. He takes a towel and turns it into a sort of military banner and hands it on the curtain rod. He reaches James Bond's base. In his hands, he has a bugle. Okay, I can bugle. In the other hand, a gun. He's ready to fight to death until under his banner. So it's good enough. Good enough. Teacher. Banner.
至
Alright.
徽 坐 床 至 歌
Alright. Hop right in here. Got our freebies.
西
The heck? Visitor? Okay. No. What is that supposed to be? It's not abyss. Maybe like... What is that? Oh, it's a portal. Okay.
丙
That's a bit sus. Huh. Part of me want to type like... Oh, okay. What? What in the world? Okay. Guessing it's Ran. Is it inlay? Oh no, it's inlay. What is inlay? Xiang. This could be. Hmm.
运
Let's go with. Heck. This one, let's go with. Okay. It's getting bad.
五
Oh. Huh.
炮
How is this not? Oh, is it?
谬
It's spelled erroneous. Hmm. Really thought this was young. Capital. Oh. Yeah. I think we're gonna pass on the. Where is under? Dang, it's gone. What's the radio? No idea.
岁 报
not that great. The finger thing is so loose.
略
E. I think this is going to need. That's gonna need a reform. That's not gonna work. No G.
香 葱
Oh, the X is the defining thing. Hold.
5
Okay.
川 桃 萧
Huh. I have no idea.
桂 操 滩
Okay. No idea.
坝
No idea.
鱼 反
Oh no, that's a tray. What? Okay. I really thought. Oh. Huh. Oh, maybe like.
丝绣 笑 推 四
Eh? Oh no, wait, it's not. That's Grant.
尿 站
Oh, Oh, this is so horrendous. Or tremble. Yeah, okay.
心 吃 允
Some part of me want to type yi and then okay. Heck. Heck. It's gone. What is weird about it? The fins. Unless I'm treating it as parts. Otherwise, where's the sword coming? This is from yesterday, the gua. Oh, true. We're doing true here. Okay. I think I lost the true in the... Okay. That's from yesterday. I'll let it wrap around. There's still another day. Now... I think this needs... Yep. No, this is definitely gonna need some help. He is way outside. I don't even know if I used pedestal. I guess I did. Oh yeah, no, that's completely changing. That's not working out.
鸡
This one we're reworking too. Oops, that's not that. What? What are you? I don't know what you are.
在 I
，the heck? Turn
起
What? Oh no. I have no idea what that is. No idea still. Hmm.
老 行 西
Yo, what? Huh. Hmm.
超
Hmm. No.
电
Like what they want or long for. Desire is fine. Mung. Is it Mung? Or not? I don't.
交
Okay. Is it fall? Oh my gosh, Jiao. Okay. That one might be rough. Change it another time. Yellow. Okay.
蒙
Okay, well, it is Mung. But... Okay.
批 易
Heck! Hmm. Yellow? Okay. That didn't work. Yellow?
万
Okay. Wrist. Wrist.
电
That's gonna stink. That's a stinker.
夺
By force. Like by force, it's fine. Turntable and wood or tree. Huh. Um.
穷
Okay.
影 节
That's rough. 节 is rough. Yo, what? Okay.
秀汉
I feel like it's a
掏
okay. All right.
做
Receipt. That's it. Hmm.
玉
Oh no. Hmm.
晃
Suddenly? That's a rough one. Trade?
催
Uh-oh. Can't seem to line you up.
行
You are hung, and it's Hanjo. Of course you are. So what was this about? The resist. Whack. Absolute whack. Ugh. Wait. Oh, Pian.
骗
Okay, true. Just look at it as true. True. Okay. For now.
寡
True. Okay. Alright. What is this? I'm gonna go with Mian.
碾
Heck. Heck. I think this is Strive. Yeah, okay, Strive. The other one is Agile. And then one of them is Dodge. The Surge. We're gonna go with... Oh. Yikes. That stinks.
藏 杠
Oh, how do I feel today? It feels alright. Keep going. Alright.
瘟疫
我们必须团结一致对抗瘟疫。
凤梨
这个凤梨来自台湾，
野兽
森林里有很多野兽。
Sorry. Okay.
擅自
擅自使用别人的物品是不对的。
How do I do own without like just inability without authority? Okay.
长颈鹿
长颈鹿喜欢吃树叶。
稠密
这里的森林很稠密。
What? Oh, okay.
锅铲
你可以用锅铲翻鱼。
What is happening? I don't understand how that works. Like that sentence, 你可以用锅铲翻鱼。Oh, fun for flip. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think of it as flipping. Wow. Fun for flipping. Oh, I get it. Turn over. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. What? Alright. Okay.
就寝
请在就寝前洗脸。
凤梨酥
他买了一盒凤梨酥给家人。
Can't spell pineapple.
筛子
我用筛子筛面粉。
开辟
这条公路是最近开辟的。
This like open up? Okay. I'm like, what else could it be? Just open up at the same time. Okay. Although I'm not really, I guess the road opens up. Yeah. I'm gonna go. Huh. 油条不稳。
垦荒
他们在山区垦荒，种植农作物。
What in the world? Hmm.
浴室，
我需要打扫浴室。
骏马，
他骑着骏马穿过了森林。
Okay. Let me see. How do you spell methodical? I'm drawing a. I can't. I'm having a brain methodical. Oh, it's E. Okay. 有条不紊，
有条不紊，
学生们有条不紊地准备考试。
I had a man.
婚纱，
她的婚纱很美丽。
Huh.辽阔，
辽阔，
草原非常辽阔。
or like really long, vast. Yeah. Okay.
羊肉，
我从来没吃过羊肉。
让座，
给孕妇让座。
Or like, I guess you could offer one seat. Okay. That's literal. That one is literal. Okay. I really thought this was. And then a. That's careful, right? To guard against, so to beware of. Okay. Ah, that's a yao. Oh, no, that's a tao. Kind of a bee sting. Okay. I mean, the other one is okay. All right. I have no idea.
小心，
过马路时要小心。
不要记着吃东西会 What is he consuming though? Maybe it's a choke. Tiang, okay, Tiang Dao. Yeah, I had a 50-50 on that. It says, please don't eat too quick. Right, don't rush to eat. You might choke, or else you'll choke. So, oh man. All right, hold on. Oops.
四溅，
孩子在水坑里跳，水花四溅。
Like splatter everywhere, or like. Oh. Yield is where I got lost. Okay. Where'd S be?
比喻，
老师用简单的比喻说明这个概念。
Or like compare a metaphor. Okay. Analogy strikes again. So I guess we could use analogy because that is. Okay. Wait, how does that work? Oh no. Oh. Why? On you. Oh, wrong tone. Worry about Han. Sure if I have to. Oh no. I wanted to do a yen right away, but I don't think that. Wa? No. Hmm.
汉语，
汉语水平，
That doesn't seem right. Does it? Okay. Yo. Cha chill.
"枪到，
不要急着吃东西，会呛到的。
鸡蛋，
煮鸡蛋，
Egg? Okay. What the? Okay.
水槽，
请把水槽装满水。
半裸，
在沙滩上，很多人都半裸玩耍。
谨防，
用电时谨防漏电危险。
I'm not sure. Yeah. And then
原始，
原始记录，
or like or original. It's fine. It's the start, not to start. The start.
煎蛋，
早餐我常吃煎蛋。
How does this even work? Wait. Yeah, the archwoman, which then turns out to be just a daughter. Oh, Guini. Actually, I heard Guini a couple times, in Kiwami 3, but I just don't. It's just Gui. Gui is a pass. I'm not gonna go back and do anything with Gui.
“不易”，
跟他相处可不易。
How do I not simple this? Like, not okay? Not easy? Okay.
上旬，
上旬是忙碌的时候，
What the...
交叉，
这两条路交叉了。
Like, it intersect? Okay. I was gonna say something about it like crossing each other. Okay, there is to cross. Okay. So way is just bad. I can't.
闺女，
这是他的小闺女，
And definition of 闺女 also.
“拥挤”，
地铁上总是很拥挤。
Like, this is just really tightly compact, like squeezed in, crowded. Okay. Congested, packed is the What?
委婉，
他用委婉的语气拒绝了提议。
And like polite, mannered, tactful. Hmm. Kudan with a probably orphan. That doesn't seem right. No. Yes. No. I don't see how that works. That doesn't seem right. Yeah. Hmm. Uh, 我们需要更多时间来进行 It's to like figure out stuff, to investigate, right? And that would be 调查 or 考察 to think, or to examine. 马后炮 wait 马后 What the heck is that? Wait. Mahopao would be related advice. Okay. Mahopao. That is gonna be, I don't know. We're gonna pass on that. That's a pass. Yeah. Not sure what I'm gonna do about that one. I lost the left. I'm alone. Uh,
恐龙，
恐龙蛋化石，
or it's a fearsome dinosaur. Yeah. Okay. All right.
考察，
我们需要更多时间来进行考察。
欧洲，
我下礼拜要去欧洲了。
Dinosaur.
18，
18个学生在教室里。
锐气，
空气滤器可以净化空气。
I can't spell this so badly. Oh, it's a Jama without an H. Original. Okay.
马后炮，
We're not
他
gonna
总
talk
是放
about
马
this
后
one.
炮。
Not gonna talk about that. Okay. Well, that sucks. What in the world? Yeah, it's a fork. Okay.
怎么
他怎么这么蠢？
Hmm.
“伐木工人”
伐木工人每天清晨进入森林工作。
沙丘，
我从沙丘顶部滑下来。
Oh wait. See, it's 史, yeah, 史, which is historical facts. Hmm, 城市的经济 something 环的是实业。Hmm. That's probably 锦江 Okay, nervous.
事实，
我们不能否认史实。
Probably reality. Shin? It's Shin. They follow. Okay. Just circulate. That's off Shin. Shin is the right hand. I don't think I have to change. I might add something to Shin. Yeah, the cliff thing is not great. Way to change at the moment. Pass on Shin. Could link it with tool. Is tool a separate thing for this? No. I mean, we have Duen. Oh, I'm thinking of Tong. Oh, and tool. I'm thinking of Tong and tool. Tool is follower, right? Yeah. I'm gonna pass on.
走廊，
走廊很长，
Oh, whoops. I typed Dian instead of Diao. I'm like, I don't understand.
北韩，
北韩非常神秘，
北宋，
北宋首都是开封，
餐厅，
旅馆的餐厅在12楼，
Restaurant's fine. Excuse me.
紧张，
我好紧张，
沽名钓誉，
沽名钓誉的行为很容易被看穿，
攀石墙，
攀石墙倒塌了，
Or, I guess, wall climbing.
孤单，
他看起来很孤单，
Oh, no way. That's not orphan. That's just looking very lonely. Yeah. Because of how it sounds. Jie? 捷径。
捷径，
走捷径可以节省时间，
Shortcut. What? Oh. Or climbing walls, that's fine.
发抖，
看到那条蛇，他吓得发抖了。
The heck? I am lost. This is probably like sweep, right? Sweep and spoil. Okay. Housing. Okay. I'm gonna use congested from now on. That doesn't seem right.
狭义，
侠义已死，
狭义已死。Horse or oh no, chivalry. Oh yeah, that's right. That's knights errant. That can't be right. No, that is not right. Wait. The heck?
"树枝，
这张桌子用树枝制成。
Resin. Okay. Right. It's 50-50 for me.
扫兴，
不要在派对上扫兴。
纺织品，
他们的纺织品质量很好。
循环，
城市的经济循环很活跃。
韵文，
他比较喜欢写韵文。
开膛，
我不知道怎么开膛一只鸡。
逊色，
他的表现并不逊色。
饥不择食，
饥不择食，寒不择衣。
寒不择衣。 cold can't be so cold can't be picky about clothing. Interesting.
肉体、
肉体上的痛苦，
The heck? Okay.
纺纱、
他们一直忙着纺纱，
拧开、
请把这个盖子拧开。
天罗地网、
逃犯想逃出天罗地网是不可能的。
目睹、
他目睹了历史性的时刻，
Or see witness. Oh, 挑 no 盘。
恭喜、
恭喜你完成了这个项目。
Oh, that's not it. Not it, Chief. Why? Why? Okay.
钦佩、
大家都钦佩他的工作态度，
弥补、
友情能弥补一切。
熏陶、
他在小时候受到家庭教育的熏陶，
Dude, nurture is whack. That is so whack. And it's gone.
"骚乱、
因为骚乱，商店关门了。
Riot.
波涛、
船在波涛中摇摆，
唾液、
唾液在嘴里产生，
Yellow?
铲子、
我买了一个新铲子，
Just popping in briefly, bro. Call. I'm doing pretty alright. How are you doing? Yeah, things are going alright. Oh, wait. What time? What day is it? Monday. Or Tuesday, I suppose. What's the Skippy? Any news on my end? Not really. Nope. March is pretty low key. Use product in here. Oh, shovel. Okay. Do you have placements at uni over there? You're gonna have to elaborate on placements. Like placements as in residency, like assignments, right? Like being assigned to a uni. Or placements as in like ranking placements. Kind of both. When it comes to professional school, there's placements.
烛光、
他们在烛光下吃晚餐。
捶打、
他生气地捶打门。
上瘾、
他最近对电影上瘾了。
胡椒、
我什么都加胡椒。
A placement year is an option for students to basically do an apprenticeship related to your course for a year or sometimes over the summer between year 2 and year 3 of studies. Yeah, residency. Or like it happens in professional schools, but when it comes to graduate education, which master's programs are technically part of graduate educations, in science you get placed in year 2 and year 3. Like you do scientific rotations in year 2 and year 3. So in graduate school you do that. You end up joining one of those labs. So they're called rotations in graduate school. You pick various labs and it's within your school, within your university. So you have to do rotations for a year. And that year, I mean, this varies a little bit, but for my particular graduate school, you have to rotate in 4 labs. That's not the same. It's not supposed to be the same. No one's saying it's the same pro-com. You're being incredibly pedantic by assuming it's the same. So in graduate school, in science graduate school, placements for our external, okay, again, the theory behind placements is similar. Now for external companies, other programs do that. For science, you don't. So for particular graduate schools, you have placements. The placements is you find where you're going to be placed, as in you go around different laboratories, and depending on how big your network is, it may include outside campuses. In science, in engineering, you can be placed in outside companies. In medical school, you can be placed in any hospitals in the entire network of the United States. So like depending on which type of professional schools, and I didn't go to those professional schools, but placement involves internship. You were just clarifying how it works over here in case you didn't know. You promised you weren't trying to be pedantic. And I didn't say it was the same though. And then you're clarifying it's not the same. I didn't say it was the same. Like in no way did I ever say it was the same. I literally said it wasn't the same. But if you're asking, you said, do you do one? Like, do I do one? I do. They're called placements. They're called rotations in graduate school. And you're supposed to rotate with various labs. And those labs may or may not be within the campus. So in science, there aren't companies in science. Like you don't go to academia to rotate in biotech companies because biotech companies are not within the network of graduate schools. In hospitals, like in medical schools, you do placements based on hospitals. That I can only speak for hospital, like medical school, because adjacent to that, I'm more exposed to pre-meds, people who go to medical school, and that's residency. Residency also deals with placement. Do the rotations last for the year? It lasts for a semester because you have to rotate into 4 different labs to decide what your future is. So where you're going to eventually end up being part of. And how does this relate to placements in like your company? You work for that laboratory. So when you rotate and you choose a lab, you end up working for that lab. The reason why I was going to continue is I was going to tell you that the placement is a place of occupation. So when you join a lab, you work for that lab. That's where you get like paid and whatnot and get a stipend. So when you're in graduate school, you are also working. That's what doing research means. Is that the lab run by the professor? It's run by each professor, yes. So the professor themselves run those labs. And the mentor I refer to, like my boss, is my employer as well, technically. And then the employer of my boss is the university. And when you think about placements, placements are supposed to simulate your postdoctoral period. Postdoctoral period would be closest to your placements in companies. So basically, when a student graduates with their PhD after working in a lab with said professor, then in the postdoc period, you don't get placements. What you have to do is you go out and you do a postdoctoral period. So then you do the same thing, only the school doesn't help you anymore, technically. Basically, you contact the different labs and different things. And this is also where you can also decide, I'm going to go join the industry. So then you apply to companies. But they're no longer considered placements because there's no trial period, right? Like you're not doing a trial period. So the similarities by what I mean by placement is you do an apprenticeship. But that apprenticeship doesn't necessarily lead to employment. That is the similarity that I'm trying to draw. Like as a med student, during their years in med school, they will have to choose to decide to get placed somewhere for training. Like when it comes to like whatever their aspirations are, but it's only a trial period. It's an apprenticeship, and that may or may not lead to their acceptance in the place. And I think engineering schools do the same thing. So when I mentioned the engineering school, this is like third party things. They do it in the same years. So that would be 1-to-1. But since I'm not an engineering student, or I wasn't an engineering student, the closest thing is that in science, you do a similar process where you have to sample your potential employment for the future. So, however, in this case, graduate studies, you do still go to classes. But you also work for your professor, the person you end up being placed in, basically. Like, because it's not only your choice. You don't choose to the professor has to choose you too. Like they have to offer you the chance to join their laboratory. So when you rotate 4 times, usually it's between 3 times up to like 6 times. The goal is you're trying to get placed somewhere. So like it has to be a mutual agreement. Like, oh, you did really well, I did really well. So they're not mandatory. Semi-mandatory. So the idea is you get choices, and if you are a major choice, you're still going to go through all of them. You have to do all your placements, like all your rotations, because the idea is you're trying to find the best match. However, when it comes to like obligations, like if your first rotation did really well, then there's probably already an agreement, and that's kind of taboo. It's a little bit taboo in my opinion, like frowned upon, where like, oh, your first choice worked out really well, but you still had to line up 3 other choices. For example, it is mandatory where I went because you're supposed to try your best with 4 people. And it's through the best matches of the 4. However, that doesn't stop anyone from saying, "Oh, I'm going to try for my best pick," right? What year of study do you do your rotations? Second year. It's the second year. It's second into third year. It's a classic setup for most professional schools. You have to place with a potential employer for the next like 5 years. Yeah, so a placement year is an option, right? And it's an option. So a big difference here is you said it's an option for apprenticeship. So in this case, this would be different. Like things like medical school and graduate school, those are mandatory. Sort of. And like they're more mandatory than they are optional. Okay. Okay. So are you separate from your graduate degree or do they contribute to it? Okay. Are they separate from graduate degree? They are part of the graduate degree. Yeah, you have to do it. You have to be in a lab, do your research with the lab. That is your thesis lab. So it's your placement in your thesis lab. And if no one accepts you, then you are basically SOL. You cannot produce a thesis without an overseeing advisor, and you are working for that advisor while you're in graduate school. Over here, a placement year means taking a year off study, delaying your degree by a year, and you're very on the fence about whether to do it. It's tricky weighing up the pros and cons. In what way does delaying your degree by a year have would be like a trade-off? Like getting experience in the field, this is what I consider placement. So the intent. When I said it's not the same thing, I agree, it's literally not the same thing. However, the intent of placements is always to gain experience, right? Gain experience and network. So in a way, that is irreplaceable for like experience. Like experience is irreplaceable to me. So I have a personal bias. If I were to read someone's resume, right, and that person weighed their experience over their knowledge, which at this point most people can get, and what I mean by most people, I'm talking about people who are already in post-professional school. So we're talking about postgraduate schools. So graduate studies, right? They're graduate studies, so not undergrad. Undergrad, if you get a chance to do like rotations and placement and internships in like undergrad, that's incredible. But if you're postgrad, like if you're a graduate, like you've already graduated with a bachelor's, right? Experience is the defining differential. So if you have the opportunity, barring finances and all that, right? Because I imagine delaying your degree also delays finances. Experience is irreplaceable. At least in my opinion, this is from the American education system. The reason is a degree does not guarantee an opportunity to have experience. Entry-level jobs are millions and they are filled immediately. And entry-level jobs are like rough. They are incredibly rough. So like you can graduate, even like a PhD is rough. Like when you graduate with PhD, if you don't have sufficient experience or like evidence of your experience, like good publication records or very specific things that demonstrate that you have a lot of experience compared to your competition, typically it doesn't really matter if your education came from somewhere because everyone else is also well educated. are they well experienced? It's irreplaceable, at least in the United States. And this goes with the college degree thing. Like the first 4-year college, when you become a graduate, right? When you do your undergrad study, most people leave and they would spend the next 2 or 3 years looking for experience, because you're basically, again, American bias, you're spamming potential employees to invest in you when you have no evidence of experience prior. So oftentimes, one thing that's overlooked when it comes to studies is studies doesn't account for experience. It rarely ever does. You're hoping that all your studies lead to a lot of experience, and that's kind of the tough part, at least in my opinion, especially if you have to weigh something that delaying your by the way, I delayed, long story short, I delayed my degree so I could go to New Zealand. The for bachelor's, not for graduate schools, but I still remember talking about that. It's like, hey, we could just squeeze and graduate in 3 years, but instead go to New Zealand instead. That's kind of a placement, cultural placement, we'll just say that. Student loans, a year delay for getting a job are the main cons. Okay, so it's financial. Yeah, usually I would say the first thing I would jump to for the tricky part is finances. Finances would be the toughest part. Your dad really wants you to do one, as he said, the hardest step of career, especially in computing, especially currently, is getting your foot in the door. Yep, there you go. Sorry, I should have read your comment, but I'm sure your dad, like, it's not a coincidence that your dad and me, we have the same perspective, because entry jobs are horrifying. Like, it is a I didn't want to speak and stretch overreach for UK, right, for the UK or the United States. Like, I'm overreaching a little bit now because it's not in science, but science is still true, where when you gain experience, it's irreplaceable. You pay anything to gain experience, because no matter how good your grades are, no matter how like well studied you are in an academic environment, the singular thing that is the commodity, right, the value of yourself is paid by your resume and how much experience you have. So if your school is offering the opportunity, in my opinion, this is a hard sell. Obviously, I'm kind of agreeing with your father. The last 15 minutes of comments was basically what your father said in a very, probably a much more elegant, direct way. It is very difficult to start off with experience. So when you graduate, when you talk about the year, like, oh, I delayed a year, so I'm like a year older when I graduate. It's like, but you also have a year of experience. That means that those people who graduate, they're going to spend their first 2 or 3 years wandering entry-level jobs to get experience. And that experience, if you have a choice, so like if you have a choice to get relevant experience in your education, when you leave and graduate and try to get experience, you don't get to choose to have relevant experience. You have to take whatever comes available to you, and you hope that that leads to relevant experience. Otherwise, the experience will guide what you end up doing in life. So, at least in my opinion, in early career. So entry-level jobs are horrifying. And to me, I'm talking about science. Technically, science, you still have selection. Like, what I mean is it's kind of specialized, especially when I'm talking about PhD. But I can't even imagine what it's like in computing. Computing is probably a poop shoot. Like, if I had to be really realistic about this, your first year, if you have no experience before you leave, your first entry job, you're probably pushing papers. Or like, I don't know, cleaning up mundane bugs from, like, what I mean is, like, until you're gonna have to work up from there. So yeah, it is something for in terms of finance. I mean, if your father sounds really cool, right? I'm sure there's no way around it. Like if you were to ask like someone who's experienced who needs entry job, like for the record, I never entered like protocol, I never entered that entry job thing. I actually never got offered. No, so hear me out. I didn't ever do the entry job thing because the timing with COVID, I didn't end up doing it. So like I still haven't even gone through that phase. And even despite that, not having like a negative impression of how to start up again, right? Like no relevant experience, I still think it sounds like a disaster zone. Now, this is coming from like maybe you can trust me on this. This is coming from someone who likes doing medial tasks. Like I enjoy working hard. Like I am a fan of working hard. It breathes life into what I do each day. But even then, I'm still telling you that for the majority, like it is a thankless couple years. Like entry jobs are incredibly thankless. I don't necessarily think there are many countries in the world, at least cultural things, that make one feel at any time rewarding. Like you could argue like in Japanese culture, people really pride on working hard and then working in office, but it's a human condition. When there's a hierarchy, oftentimes the beginning is the toughest part, the foot through the door situation. And internships make that difference, in my opinion. Placements make that difference. Like here, the rotation system that I was talking about in graduate school, not every place outside has that choice. Like what I mean is like there are places where at least that have been shared with me, like in the UK, that wants you to specialize so quickly. So when you go into your graduate studies, you have already focused on getting into a specific lab. And that specific lab is how you apply to universities. I didn't do that. As in, it was required for us that the university that I went to had many mentors. They had many professors. And you are obligatorily needed to rotate and have satisfying reviews from all the periods. So because it's an interdisciplinary place with a lot of choices, right? If you don't have experience, then you're stuck. And I don't mind, like I grew up knowing that I'm from the bottom and I go up the ladder, but I don't think it makes it feel any better, right? So when you have experience, you're always going to have an advantage, which is great. Hey, Rice, you think you kind of knew the right choice to get a placement? This is silly, but part of the reason you didn't want to is just a petty, I don't want to stay in education line. You have to. Exactly. So hear me out. Technically, you suspended your studies, Procol. So you are not staying any longer in education. You're kind of jumping the line to get experience with that time. So you didn't extend your education any longer, right? Because the year you're taking is not in education. It's basically your golden year to network. Like if you get placed in somewhere great, that's where you try to secure a spot for your future education. Like what I mean is like when that 1 year, that's when you I don't know how to say this in a non-joking way. You get in bed with your internship. Like you basically try to do your best to secure. You don't know if they're going to be your next employer. Like straight out the gate, if you do well in the internship, it also means that you have job security by the time you complete your education, because you might even be able to arrange something in the internship. That's kind of what the rotations are supposed to do. You're supposed to beat out your competition. So in graduate school, right? In science, you're competing for the person you want to work for, but you also need backups. So you do your best in all your rotations, or you can be like other schools or other countries where you're supposed to apply to the college or to the university that has people you want to work for. And you're basically competing with other people to get into it, because you're going to spend the next 5 or 6 years, it's like 4 to 5 years, working for this person. What do you call a master's degree over there? A master's degree. In graduate school, okay, so this is kind of a weird thing in PhD programs. You get a master's degree if you pass the, like, I try not, like, I probably not read too much into this. The first 2 years is like a qualifying period to become a PhD candidate. The first 2 years. And the first 2 years, again, is also, the second year is when you decide to rotate, right? The first 2 years is for rotating and then finding a person you're gonna get placed in, right? You're getting that. So in that time, you're also, immediately after you get placed, you're going to pass an exam to become a PhD candidate. So during that time, you're actually passing what requires for a master's degree. So in a way, this is kind of weird. So when you pass, before you start your thesis, if you pass that and you decide the PhD track is not for me, then you leave with a master's degree in like at least the institution I'm from and many other institutions. So the master's degree is kind of like the stepping stone. It's the qualification of becoming a PhD candidate before becoming a doctoral holder. You know, the more you think about it, the more it seems like a blessing. I'm surprised you get placements anymore. Like, that's what I actually call them, placements or rotations or like internships, apprenticeship. All of them are very similar to me because, to me, hear me out, they're not the same in terms of their mechanics and their timing and stuff, but they are the same to me the way your dad emphasized. It's the opportunity to get experience. And that is what a placement, apprenticeship, internship, rotations, residency, all of those words, the goal is to gain experience and network. The experience comes with the networking, and that is like irreplaceable. If there's any thing that your time is worth, it would be having people who understand that you have experience. No amount of education can substitute for it, basically. If you could choose to do rotation like you did, or do a placement year, how is it over there? Which do you think you choose? I choose anything, either. I would delay anything for experience. You said that second year. What year is it since you just joined college? You said that second year. What year is it since you first joined college? Wait, to be honest, what's worrying now is that because you're guessing loads of people have realized what an opportunity this is, it's getting harder to actually get a placement. Exactly. You're probably just gonna be competing with everyone else who gets a placement. Here, like it's over there. Like for a placement year, like it is over there. Or a placement year. If you could choose, either. They're, again, they serve for the purpose of gaining experience. So, I would delay my studies for experience. Like for me, I would delay studies for experience anytime. In fact, a system that I would probably be more open to You said choose, but I don't have to choose. You're gonna offer me one or the other, right? Because you said or. So you can choose either. You can set the situation either, and I would choose that. It's irrelevant whether one is better or the other because I would take both opportunities. So the answer is both. So if you said like, oh, if you only were able to rotate, then I would rotate. If you only able to do a placement for a year, I'd placement for a year. Because those are opportunities. You would take all opportunities. I would take a rotation and a placement if they were both offered. If I could only choose, I would choose both. As in like whichever one is offered. So I've already answered your question. It's irrelevant. I would always take the option that is presented. So I don't have to take either. Like what I mean is, if both are offered, then I would take both. I would try to take both. If you can only take one, then it's whichever one is accessible first. I would apply to both and see which one's offering. Like, hear me out. If you think this is like you're thinking, in my opinion, the thinking is like net speak, right? You're saying, you're asking me which one is better. You're asking me which one should you take that is better. If they offered both options, I would apply to both because there's a chance that neither of them are going to be offered to you. That's what I would do. Like, you maximize your opportunities because the only thing that would stop you is turning down the offer. Right? So preferably more so than better, but yes. Yeah, preferably it doesn't really matter if it's preferable. You like what was that word? You know, I just learned beggars can't be choosers, right? But opportunists, to me, if I'm an opportunist, I would maximize my opportunities. So like, hear me out. In college, I didn't do that. I didn't do what I'm saying now. So this is only in retrospect. What I mean is I didn't like graze and look at all my opportunities. I took every opportunity that was presented to me right away. So whichever comes first. So if you're saying preferentially, right? Preferentially, which of the two options I would choose? I would choose the first one that takes me. That's it. Like, that's how I did it when I was younger. I did not choose anything. I took whatever was presented towards me because I didn't have the option to choose. So if you're saying which one would I choose, I would choose the first one that would take me. So you don't have a preference. Just to clarify, I don't have a preference. Because it would be too irrational and illogical to think that I would succeed because people pander to me. Like, so if I see them, like, for example, if I see my college, like nowadays, but this is me 40 years old, right? Like almost 40 years old me. If I go back to college, like if I go back to a PhD, like a second PhD program or something, and I see in the program that there are 4 ways, like you just say 4 ways, or 2 of the ways, right? The 2 ways they're being offered. My first inclination is I'm going to apply to both of them, if I can. And then they're like, no. They're, you know, you Procol, the headmaster, like the dean of the university, say like, no, you can only pick one. I would pick the first one that's available. Why didn't you just say blankly that you don't have a preference from the start? Because it's not, I don't have a preference. I literally have a preference for both of them. Like, it's a little different. Like, having no preference means that I wouldn't choose one over the other, but I would choose whichever one is available to me first. So I do have a preference. That sounds contradictory to the definition of preference. What do you think preference is? Like, what do you think the definition of preference is? selecting one thing over another, I disagree. That's not the only thing that preference has. There's also tendency. Tendency is part of preference. I don't think it's that narrow or that generalized. So I'm adding something. Maybe you're selecting one thing over the other, but that is assuming you understand all the choices presented towards you. So my preference is to take the first opportunity, which is not selecting one over the other, technically. But if I knew there was another choice, you could see it as selecting one thing over another. You've always thought of a preference as a choice between A and B. That's fair. In this case, then I would be choosing one over A over B. Protocol. Like, you would call it a preference, and then you were asking me, how do I define preference? Is the tendency of someone to choose a course of action. Whether they have choices presented to them or not, they don't have to see all the choices. So I already explained to you, A, choosing both, B, not choosing both. That's a preference. Yes. And then you gave me a condition. You say, okay, so you have to pick A or B. And I told you I choose whichever comes first. Like, I already explained plenty of preferences, but those are tendencies and biases. They are irrelevant to whether there are a choice of A or B. There are choices made even beforehand. So like, if A was presented first, then I would choose A. You could say, well, that's not a preference because you made a choice because you thought it was the only choice. So then you don't have a preference. It's like, well, I could have waited and see if there was a B. That's a preference to wait. So you either, like, is it a choice for you to seize, carpe diem, or wait? Those are preferences too. So I was trying to explain to you that if you offered me two things at the same time and they are both offered, right? The distinction is they are both offered, then I would choose both of them. And then you can counter by saying, okay, whoa. You can only pick one of them. I would pick the first thing that is offered. So I'm not choosing whether it's A or B that is attractive. I'm choosing it based on my tendency to take the first opportunity. So when you say, why didn't you just blankly say that I don't have a preference from the start? I do have a preference. I'm not telling you I don't have a preference because I chose both. And I'm explaining all the conditions that make me have a preference. The preference is that I want to maximize opportunity, not wait for the best choice. So the two are very different because someone who's constantly waiting for the best choice is not the same as someone who's constantly looking for the first move. Like, one is proactive and the other one is a maximalist. So I settle, someone else maximize. That doesn't answer why you didn't state it from the start. You just stated that you do have a preference, but you don't want to be nitpicky. That doesn't answer why I didn't state it from the start. You stated that you do have a preference, but I explained why I had a preference. You inferred that I didn't state it from the start. I don't want to be nitpicky too. No, actually, I do want to be nitpicky. So the counter argument is you're stating that I didn't state the preference, but you wanted me to literally say I had a preference, which I just stated. I always choose experience over education. That is me literally stating that I have a preference. The very beginning, when you asked me about rotations and what my thoughts are on placements and whatnot, I expressed explicitly what my biases are. I even excused myself and said that this is probably me very strongly favoring experience over anything, over most things. So when you said you don't want to be pedantic, I literally accused you of being pedantic, but then you apologize you don't want to be pedantic. So if you don't want to be pedantic, why are you telling me that I literally have to state I had a preference when I spent the whole time? You did say blankly stated. To be very nitpicky, for the record, you wanted me to blankly state it. But I did blankly state it. So it's a bit of a projection. And you apologize for not trying to be pedantic, but now you're literally being pedantic. I've legitimately demonstrated in every possible way, 4 or 5 different ways, that I have a preference. And somehow, for the record, do you want to be more nitpicky? You said, why didn't you just say blankly that you don't have a preference from the start? So if you want to say, why didn't I say blankly state I don't have a preference, is because that's false. I wouldn't have said that. So if you want to be super nitpicky, don't cherry pick your quotation of your own question. The whole question has to be blankly true, which is not. It is not true. I have a preference. I don't want to blankly state I don't have a preference. In fact, it's the very opposite. So to pick both is misinterpreted as not having a preference. So I wouldn't blankly state that. Legitimately nitpicky, being nitpicky about your blankly. Actually, the thing that I probably disagree with most is blankly stating that I don't have a preference. Because I do. It is very clear, and that's why I'm on your father's side. When he said, yeah, it's a rare opportunity, and you have to take that with a grain of salt, because now you have to go and find people who have a preference for skipping, right? Because if now you're going to go ask an opinion, you want to find out how people counter argue not taking that, like finishing their education and then worrying about the experience later. That is an opportunity that other people do. Like, for example, I had plenty of colleagues who prefer to graduate early. Like, not only do they not graduate on the normal amount of time, what they want to do is they want to get out and start making money as fast as possible. So the goal of them is to, like, instead of using 4 years, right, 4 years to graduate a bachelor's degree, they would try to get in 3 years. And then that would allow them to apply to a higher education, and then they would get out earlier. And how did they do? They probably did better than I did. They were more driven, I suppose. Like, for example, graduate studies, you also can push for early graduation. I did not graduate early. I actually graduated below average. It took me 7 years, and the ballers, like the people who like really want to get out early and do stuff, they graduate in like 4 years. So not only did I graduate less, like a lot later. I don't drag this blankly thing out, but can I say one more thing on it? Sure. Go ahead. I'm probably going to have a counter argument to it. So if you're going to drag, it's going to drag it out, but like, know that it's going to drag it out, probably. I need to finish these 10 units first. These 10 examples. Let's do this. Because I really was more likely going to write on the screen, but it would make me have to reload this. Your original question is, why didn't you just say blankly? And your response was, I did say I had a preference. You still technically haven't said why didn't you say it blankly, not that I think it's a hard answer. Your original question was not that. You're lying. You stopped at exactly the word that you want. Your original question is, why didn't you just say blankly that you don't have a preference from the start? That's the whole thing. So I want to be clear that why didn't you just say blankly that you don't have a preference from the start? So that ... is very important, but you stopped at blankly. That's intentional, but it's the whole statement. And in my response is, I did say I had a preference. I did say I had a preference. And then you said you still technically haven't said, why didn't you say it blankly? And I'm like, I did say it blankly. Why didn't you take it as a blankly statement when I said I was biased? Like, so you want me to say the word preference, which I didn't say because I chose different words to express it blankly. So I did answer it. It's not a hard answer to answer. In fact, it wasn't hard enough to answer that I answered it in 4 different ways. You simply decided to be pedantic about whether I use the word preference as opposed to bias and selective and lenience, favoritism. I've said it in many different ways, but the qualification you had was that you wanted to be pedantic, that I say that I had a preference. So then I said I did say I had a preference. I just said it just now to clarify, right? I literally said, oh, I had said I had a preference, and I literally in that statement said that I had a preference. So the qualification would be like, you wanted someone to say the word preference, and yet we couldn't even identify and define the term preference with the same definition, because I had to ask you, what do you mean by preference? And now I can't even say blankly that I have a preference because I disagree with you on what preference means. And I still said preference a bunch of times. So no, I don't lack a preference, first of all. So I didn't say blankly I lack a preference, right? I do have a preference, and we do not agree on what preference means. So I use words like bias, selective, tendencies, opportunities, and like maximalism versus sufficiency. There are many ways to qualify what preferences are. So if I said blankly, I do have a preference, let's just ignore that you're assuming I'm saying I don't have a preference. Let's say I did blankly say I do have a preference. Would we still have all of the conversations involving the rest of it? The answer would probably be yes, because there would be a misunderstanding. When I say I do have a preference, you're going to go and prefer to think the way you currently do, and I would still continue to, at least in my opinion, I would still continue to explain how our preferences are different, the definition of our preferences. So no, I wouldn't have blankly said anything. Okay, you stupidly forgot to add from the start, which I said in the original comment. If I define the start as the first 5 seconds, you win 0.5 seconds. Do you have placements at uni over there? You didn't say anything in the first 0.5 seconds. Okay, you stupidly forgot to add from the start, which I said in the original comment. If I define the start as the first 0.5 seconds of the answer, you win. you would never win. You would only win in your own aspirations to create a winning argument for yourself. But you can never gaslight me into thinking anything else. So if you want the satisfaction of winning an argument, that is your prerogative. No one's stopping you from winning. You always win as long as you define your conditions for you to win. So I don't want to rob you of your victory. The idea is that the whole goal that you were asking, you was never talking about your first comment about placement. You were talking about your first comment asking why didn't you say blankly. I know. I looked up just to make sure you weren't referring to something else. No one is trying to explain to you what you're trying to do. I'm trying to figure out all the possibilities you can mean. So for me, you spend more time, like if I had to be very critical right now, you spend more time narrowing down the one possible logical route for you to win versus understanding what is actually being exchanged as information. When you said 0.5 seconds, I had to make sure I understand what you mean from the start. So I looked up to entertain different possibilities. And then you took my comment and you ran with it as though I'm making accusations. So constantly looping for a victory for being pedantic. Like, that's fine. Go ahead. I never said you did. So, touche. You never talked about your first comment. I never said you did. Way to presume something. Way to presume I never said I had a preference. Way to presume I never thought about what you meant in the 0.5 seconds of you answering the question. And then the even deeper meta here is, why does it matter what your motivation is if you need someone to state something blankly? I would imagine that you would exercise prudence and diligence in understanding that blankly is not sufficient to communicate meaning. But in all seriousness, you have counter-argued me well. You can't come up with a sufficient response. Thank you for pushing back as hard as you did. A fun back and forth for you. Maybe just an annoying argument by your opponent using illogical arguments at points. Maybe just an annoying argument by your opponent using illogical arguments. Your I win comment was just a joke, by the way. It doesn't even have to be a joke. You kind of just used it. So it's free. It's fair game. Like, I legitimately do agree. Yeah, I legitimately agree that you can always win. Like, you don't have to worry about, like, not winning an argument. You know, systematically, the argument is either meaningful or it's not to the person, right? So if you say you win, like, for the record, if you say you win, if it makes you feel better, then doesn't that mean you win? It doesn't have to affect my like, you know, emotions or anything. Like, it's the joke was that 0.5 seconds of talking is impossible to say enough just to clarify. To put this matter to rest, I'm going to tell you that 0.5 seconds, whether it is possible or not to determine the nature of the rest, is kind of what you just demonstrated by I win. Like, you can specifically say a statement and say I win regardless of the statement, and it can be determined in the 0.5 seconds. This is cognitive bias. You can always determine things within however many. You could even determine that you win before even asking the question. Like, when you ask the question, why didn't I just say blankly? That happened before you asked it. So all the things that led you to that question being asked, it's like negative 30 seconds. Right? Like, you could set someone up with the question only to have one in the first 0.5 seconds. And you winning, and, you know, to clarify, you don't have to You don't have to clarify things to win. In fact, sometimes if I had to be real with most people, people already won before they even asked the question. I can give you an example if you want, like a metaphor. Like, if it's alright, could you point out again the main ways you messed up with the argument I presented you? What do you mean by messed up? I don't think there's anything messed up about your arguments. I think they're very sound. You wanted me to technically say the word preference, right? So it's very, if you mean like, is there any way to ironclad your argument, like make your argument more resistant? Like if you wanted more counter arguments to my counter argument, the mistake, in my opinion, like the messed up mistake. Did you say anything illogical? No, you didn't. You didn't say anything illogical. At least not from my perspective. I did spend a lot of time explaining what the logic is, though. Like, the thing that you said was very logical. I think it's... Do you want... I think this is going to make it worse. But the very reason that is logical is what is messed up about it. What made it easy to attack. Like, in my opinion, you wanted it to be logical, and it is logical. The logic is that I needed to state literally that I had a preference, right? It would be logical that if I said I had a preference, then I did state it blankly. So there, it was so logical that you can refute it. And the refuting is the idea that preference doesn't have synonyms, or it can't be described. It can't be done. It literally had to be blankly stated. So in fact, it was very logical. When you asked me why didn't I say it blankly, well, actually you did ask why. So I was explaining why. Maybe if you ask me, you should blankly state that you had a preference. That's probably would be the goated way. Like, can you say, or something like, can you say you have a preference or you have not a preference? And I would say I have preferences. Maybe your flaw was your inaccuracy of your language with that. I mean, not that you could know that through, obviously. Yeah, communication, like it really is end up being a language thing. But what I mean is, whether it's accurate or inaccurate, I think most of the time it dealt with the idea of, if you're being pedantic, like if one has to be pedantic, it would have to be assumed that both parties have the exact same meaning. However, it is only revealed when someone asks why and how and define that we can really know if it's accurate. So you and I have different meanings of preferences. Like, for example, let me just use this. Like, here's one. Like, here's a few questions that I can answer right off the bat, right? One of the answers you were looking for was, do I like A or B, right? And the logical response would be, I say A. I either choose A or I choose B, right? Right, because or means that you can only have A or B, right? So if I don't choose A or B, then it's not stating blankly that I prefer one of them. Or beforehand, you're asking if I had a preference. That was the question you wanted to ask. Do I have a preference? Right? And then to test if I have a preference, you're asking, do I like A or B if I had the two? I couldn't answer it blankly. Now I can answer, like, I can ask you why I didn't say blankly what I preferred. Because I had a feeling you're going to assume that I know enough about A and B to state it blankly. Well, the question is, can I state it blankly? I can't. Why can't I? Because I don't understand B. This is before you asked me that question, right? And I understand A. So this is like, you said 0.5 seconds. We're talking about like minus 10 minutes. So before we get to ground zero, right? Before we get to ground zero, we already spent the time that you said that was not relevant, which is we were talking about placements. So placements was negative like 10 minutes. It was like the setup for this, right? And the thing is, well, if I had to answer blankly, the answer is I would choose the thing I understand, and I wouldn't choose the thing I don't understand. So if you're asking me blankly using logical systems, you would have had that answer already. So if I was gonna state it blankly using logical systems, I would choose the thing that I understand. So I would choose the rotation. A would be the rotation. Right? The real thing that I wanted to state blankly is I don't know enough in order to compare them. So a preference requires an accurate comparison. The problem I have with choosing blankly, whether it's A or B, is the obvious answer is I would prefer the thing that I've chosen in my life. So I would choose A based on like blankly speaking. It's the only choice that I understand from both. Now, what I understand about B was already stated in minus like 30 minutes ago. I already explained that that's what I've heard about B, like the other forms of placement in other fields. And that is very interesting. And the blankly statement that I would pick that's illogical, that I can say blankly, is that I would choose B because it's different. So like right now, if I were to choose something, I would choose something that I haven't already done. And then I can tell you what the preference is. Like if I do B, so then I have experience with A and B, I can probably tell you that, right? That's probably how I would answer blankly. So this would be the blank. And then instead, I try to answer it blankly. And how do I answer it blankly? I try to come up with some conditions in which the choice is always made. So the first thing that I told you is I would say both. And then you said, well, it has to be or. And I'm like, okay, whichever comes first. And now I'm giving you a blankly answer. So I did read that you said, why didn't I blankly state something? Well, this is me attempting to blankly state something. I decided to create a condition in which the answer is always blankly true. So the answer is whichever opportunity is offered to me first, I would take it. I don't wait for both opportunities, or whichever opportunity, I would take all I can take. So then I am telling you blankly that I have a preference. However, it's not the preference that you would probably be looking for. I'm not picking the better of the two. So when you were asking earlier, like, doesn't that contradict the definition of preference? I'm like, it probably does. Can I ask you what the preference of what your definition of preference is? And you asked me, is the choice between A and B? And my first inclination was like, that's exactly what I would have thought you might have said. And I made it so that it's not choosing between A and B, it's choosing which comes first. So I chose which comes first. So if A came first, and then you could argue, well, what if A and B were offered at the same time, right? So you can create a new condition and say, well, what if A and B is offered at the same time? If they're offered at the same time, then doesn't mean that I have access to both of them. So then it would go back to your original argument where you can't choose both, but they're offered at the same time. So if I can't choose both and they're offered at the same time, I would pick the one that would accept me first. How would I know that? You could argue that, well, you have to apply first before they accept you. Okay, can I apply to both of them? And then you might say, well, you can only apply to one, right? We're getting deeper and deeper. You can only apply to one and not the other, right? And I'm like, okay, then I would choose A because A came first from A and B. A is first. And you're like, but they're simultaneous, so they're both A's. Then we get even deeper, right? Maybe you're, do you get where I sparked this from, given how you initially responded to me presenting the which would you choose question? I do, I'm explaining it. But the question is, I would only answer the question blankly the way I can. I don't think you understood what I chose blankly. So when you said, which would I choose? Right? And the only way I could choose blankly is to tell you blankly. So I said both. And then you said, no, it has to be or. That's not answering the question. Or, and I said, first one. Whichever is offered first. Right? So, I did blank, like, to me, that's blankly saying something. I gave you a decision. What you wanted me to say is A or B. But I don't know enough about A or B. So it doesn't really matter because whichever is first, I'll choose that. So it is pretty blank as far as I can know. Do you get where, okay, ironically, you didn't just blankly ask whether you have a preference. Instead, you set up a scenario choosing between two things. That is a fair point, which I've played along. You do that quite often, as I'm guessing you've noticed. You think it's quite fun to phrase it like that. I was following your logic. So, like, what I mean is, the whole time I was following your logic in order to gather your motivations. That was what I was trying to do. Until it broke down, right? Until the logic broke down. Which I don't think the logic broke down at all. It just simply was very logical. So it was inherently logical. Would you choose both if you could? I would choose both, as that would seem like a big workload. So hear me out. Hear me out. Choosing doesn't revolve into doing yet, right? So I said a little thing earlier, like to emphasize, it's not guaranteed. You're not guaranteed the opportunity. So you have to understand that when you're choosing something, it may or may not happen. That's what I was trying to emphasize. Like, you're asking me the choice of applying to A or B. It's only after we have the choice of A or B in order to do the thing. You kind of tied it in a small word limit into your definition of blankly. That's fair. Yeah, word limit. Yeah, obviously you're operating on word limits and I'm not. If you disagree with someone's argument, do you only counter the logic of their argument or do you try to counter what you believe is their motivation? That's a great or question. And you're gonna hate me for this, Procall. Both? I think just now I kind of explained that I counter your logic, but I take your motivations into consideration. So the answer would probably be like, I counter the logic of your argument based on your motivations. A bit like if and when, which as I understand it means if X then oh yeah. So for me, you asked me, you know, here's CS. I'm basically talking like a computer science, right? I've said this before to someone else recently. How do you like make rapport? Make rapport. I don't know how to spell rapport. I think there's two P's. Make rapport when there's a misunderstanding, right? When there is a kind of a fundamental misunderstanding, or maybe like a language problem, right? I take one from computer science. I try to break down the steps as much as possible. So then we would be using logic, right? Things that are logical, you break down in steps. So, for example, when you ask, would you choose both if I could? I would choose both if I could, right? And if I could, then I would determine if I could choose my workload, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is because when you ask me, would I choose A or B? This doesn't mean that I'm going to take on the workload yet. Like, I can't determine what the workload is until we do the first step. So like computer science, right? When you choose something, you also have to remember that you have to be accepted or offered. So thinking to the workload, if you do not get the offer, you don't get the workload. If and when is a weird pet peeve for you, as it doesn't technically mean if X and when X. Yeah, it has a logic at the first step. If X or if not X. Yeah, exactly. So this is what we're doing here. So you have to, it has to be false. It has to be true, right? So to get a workload, it has to be if true, right? You need to pass the conditional. So for me, it's easy. Hear me out. It's easier to think about the choices you make. It's harder to know what happens downstream. So if I were given, right, if someone says pick a card, pick anything. Like, this is what a lot of times I love about having logical arguments with people. Pick anything. So they give you like a 50, you know, like a deck of cards, and they say pick anything. I would take the entire deck. That's what I would literally do. So that's how I discern logic. So whenever someone's speaking, I have to understand what do they mean. So their motivations would be they mean I should pick one card. So when you're asking the earlier one, do I counter argue based on the logic or their motivations? So whenever someone like fans out a card and say pick anything, I wouldn't immediately say, well, logically I would pick all the cards. Yoink, it's all mine now. You said pick anything. I picked the entire deck. Right? But instead, I would say I would probably pick one card for the sake of their motivation. Their motivation is that I pick one card. So despite them saying something else, right? We can all agree that if someone says pick A or B, right? The motivation is that you have to choose one of these. For real, right? And in computer science, that would track. It would track logically because you would have to pick 1 or 0. It's not both. Like there's no an addendum, right? There's no addendum for both. I don't know how that tracks in like CS or Java or something. Like if you type A or B, can it still be both? I'm not sure. I reckon it isn't true. Like this is a false statement. Like you can't have both if you're saying A or B. So I would totally agree that it's logical. So I did choose A or B. The thing I changed is, do you know much about logic gates? Not particularly. Not like modern logic gates. Not modern logic gates. Yeah, that's true. I meant assuming it was offered, but didn't state that. Sorry. Oh yeah. Oh, if it was offered. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, it's guaranteed that if I chose A would be successful. I see. That's what you mean. So then it goes back to my first one. I'm more familiar with A. So my blatant argument is I would choose B. So if you're assuming that the workload is offered, and then I have to choose A or B, and then if you're asking me now, like this person who's 39 years old now, I would choose B. So now that you have specified that I would be offered the chance, I would choose to do something different. That's my preference. So now we're getting into more like conditionals that I can play off of. I would choose the thing that is different. I would not choose to pave the same path that I've done before. If it was choosing to do something, right, for like a career move or something, or like chances, if we're weighing like offers, like getting an offer, I would choose to do the familiar thing because there would be a higher chance that I would get an offer, right? That's a good question. So now that you're adding more conditions, it's easier to state blankly, in my opinion. You know, it's kind of like a CS in general. If you have more parameters, then you can get to concise answers because there's no like, there are restrictions. And I'm guessing that's what you're going to go with logic gates. Gates probably limit the amount of answer. Also, you have seemed aroused, or lack of a better word, at points during our argument. Was that just passion? Was that or was any of it annoyance? No. I raise my voice to add impotence from time to time. Like what I mean is to like speed up things and slow down things. It wakes me up. There might be like I might have gotten a little bit more excited when things get. There's a secret. the arousal, or like, I don't know what you were saying, like I raising, it's because didn't write any of this. So my consternation was because I should write some of these things on the screen, so then we can like keep track of our logic, right? But I didn't do that in the beginning. So it got tough because we weren't keeping track of all the statements that were being made as we're going. You know, like that's probably. Also, let's see. You say aroused, meaning it genuinely, by the way, not trying to get a teehee, MAKU got aroused. Oh yeah, right. Right. I understand that. Do you know much about OR gates? Do output one true with both. OR gates. Do output one true with both. Oh, interesting. Maybe saying you were very stern at responding to you is a better phrasing. I think that's because it became pedantic. So I do this with drama sometimes. When someone wants to be technical, then I start talking technical. So things would become stern, right? Like if you're saying blankly, right? If you're gonna quote yourself blankly, then you should include the entire quote, right? And that was before we started writing. Like we were still citing all the things. So the sternness, in my opinion, comes from more like being exacting. I think for myself, I would sound more stern when people are being technical. Here's one from Drama. Drama the other day, I don't know if, like, he listened into it the way I did, but it was Drama asked me how my week was going, right? How has it been? How's my week going? Which I did answer. That's how our conversation started too, right? You asked, how's it going? Like, how has it been, right? And I would say something like, oh yeah, you know, nothing too eventful. Something along the line, nothing too eventful. Now, I answer this question because it's based on the person's motivations and the logic behind it. Now, during like 2 days ago, I also mentioned like, well, logically speaking, most of this is recorded, so you could find out as well if you want it, right? But then Drama replied, well, you know, I don't have time for 58 hours of backlog. And then I'm like, wow, 58 hours. That's very specific. I'm not entirely sure where he got the 58 hours, but my thought is, okay, well, let's be technical about this. You're right. I wouldn't be able to summarize 58 hours either. Right? So it was a little bit of cheeky thing, but I'm not sure if it went anywhere. But the cheekiness is, if you want to start talking about hours, then we can talk about hours. Like, what is your summary qualification for nothing eventful? This took 5 minutes. What is sufficient? Do you want me to condense 58 hours into 10 minutes? Because then I could add some details to it. But that's kind of the idea of technicality. When someone's being cheeky, I double down on being cheeky. So maybe yeah, you misquoted yourself just as you assumed you would perceive it as your direct quote, but that's very lazy to do in a formal argument. Sorry, and you remember how much you disliked me misquoting you a few streams ago. I don't think misquoting is something to be disliked, so to speak, but more so it's a very strong opportunity to attack. And maybe that can come off as a little dislike. I haven't very much considered my lack of restraint when it comes to misquoting, or not necessarily misquoting, but more incompletion. I mean, it is something to be decided, it is, but more so incompletion, right? So when someone is nitpicking, is it nitpicking or nitpicking? It's nitpicking, right? I don't actually remember. You typed it earlier, and I don't remember if it's nit or nick picking. Nitpicking, right? Anyways, nitpicking, nitpicky, okay. Nitpicking, to me, I think oftentimes nitpicking, I expect, like, here's my personal bias, right? This is my preference, I guess. This would be a preference of my line of thinking. When someone wants to be nitpicky, it would also mean that the person is welcoming the nitpicking. So I can counter argue myself for days. Like, I could back you up against me. So, like, for example, earlier I was doing logical loops, right? You said A or B, and I'm like, both. But then you're like, no, it's or, with the exclusion, right? With the exclusion of both. Right? And then I would say, well, if I choose, then does that mean it's true? Right? But it could be false when after you choose something, right? And I kept going. I can continue to counter argue myself if I was gonna nitpick. So in some ways, whenever someone relents, like when someone relents in the argument, I would back them up. I would say, well, technically, there is vulnerability in my argument, because if I say both, right? Like, I like furthering the conversation, so I won't let the person lose, as like, I won't kick the person down when they're down. I would actually back them up. So like, after a while, I was like, oh, this person's relenting, and I'm like, nah, I see, here's some golden opportunities where I have failed. And you did the same, by the way. You said technically you didn't ask blankly to get a blankly stated answer, right? So that's what I mean. Like, in the end, I'm not going to kick you down because you are down. I'm going to try to kick you when you're up. So, like, if you're going to be nitpicky, I'm going to be nitpicky too, until someone relents and is no longer having fun. Then I would not continue or even back you up, because my argument, like the person to argue against my initial argument, is that a choice had to be made between A and B. And the question was, why did you not choose A or B? That would be like the indirect way of saying, why didn't you state blankly you had a preference? But the inference is that if I chose A or B, I would have a preference. And my weakness would be that I didn't choose A or B. Right. And then later, I gave you conditions in which you can always assume which one I would choose, despite not saying it's A or B. And then you would argue, well, you didn't. What happens when A or B is qualified to be simultaneous in any way possible? Like, then I would have to choose the letter A before B. Like, but what if you didn't know that there were A or B? Then it would be the first one I encounter. So then it just keeps going on and on, which is pretty funny. Like, eventually you get into the origin of the universe. I don't, or why everything is a crab, right? Or the origin of the universe. I don't know what joke lands these days, but when you think of logical reasoning and you keep going like back earlier and earlier, it will either be everything's a crab or the origin of the universe. Yeah, and we have gotten to the origin of the universe before. And crabs. Actually, did we already have conversation about why everything is a crab? I feel like we might have, but it might be someone else. Also, could you push me for an answer? What's new has happened at my end recently? Nothing really. There hasn't been anything new that has happened. P5X Lunar New Year update. And that's about it. We're gonna try to finish up Kiwami 3 today. So we're probably gonna just go there after this soon. You think it's something that you are right though. It's a golden opportunity attack, right? Nitpicky. That makes me want to waffle about the observer effect. Yeah, the observer effect would be a great digression. Side load. Yeah, you back me up too much sometimes in your opinion. Oh, I see. Interesting. Which, I think you were the one that introduced you that everything becomes a crab thing. Okay, yeah, so we did talk about the everything here. Yeah, that's all good. Also, that yeah, I did hydrate. But I'll hydrate again. I do need to go to the bathroom though. After this. Yeah, we talked about these things. The running joke, in my opinion, is when it comes to logical arguments, is that I don't know if you agree with this or not. Logical arguments don't have an end. I don't know if you agree with this or not. And what I mean by the act of arguing in the logic. I'm not talking about like the decision that is made. I understand that you can use logic to come to a decision, but I don't think logic itself has an end. You know, like where A leads to B leads to C, but it could lead to D, it could lead to... It's infinite. It continues to go on because it would be illogical to assume that you understand what's before, like ends here, and it just suddenly ends here. It's hard to argue an end and a beginning to anything for logic. I think you should have reminded yourself many of times that when I push on logic, yeah, like it doesn't really have an end. So like when someone says something like A or B, and then logically speaking, you can ask, is A or B represent the entire pool of possibilities, right? The annoying Y child. Oh yeah, the annoying Y child. Yes, that's a great example. Why? At some point, the child is gonna ask why, and then you're like just stuck. Like, well, yeah, why? It's interesting. I'm glad we had this talk. Anyways, back from the first step. Here's my reciprocation. Do you have more than one choice? Like what I mean is placement. So in the placement, right? So you have choice placements. And then in that choice placement, you probably have like A, B, C, D, etc. However many. So if I were to place myself in your shoes to state blankly, I would take all of them. And now here's a counter argument using your workload thing. I think you could have attacked me on the workload thing. How can you attack me with the workload thing? You could have asked, so if I apply to all of these, that would increase workload. And what I mean by that is you could have argued, if you focus on applying to one, you can make all your time invested in applying to one. It would be easier to focus all your efforts and higher in quality to apply to just one instead of spreading your efforts to apply to all four, for example, hypothetically, all four. Now, here's the thing. Then I would argue, I've already thought about most of these things, but I've had these discussions before, so take it with a grain of salt. I've attacked these questions before. Then you would argue, well, okay, now you're assuming that there's an upper limit, right? In order for this to be true, it would be an upper limit. As in, the upper limit to, I would hit an upper limit if I apply to all four. Therefore, that means I have to sacrifice quality for the one. So now I have to ask that person, do you think it will take me too long to apply to all four versus just one? Because if there isn't an upper limit, that means I can apply to all four with the reasonable amount of quality to each other. That means that I would take that route still. An upper limit would be something like you only have enough time to apply to one and make it good. So if you decide to apply to four, then four of them will be mediocre. So you can make the argument that it's better to apply well to one because you have an upper limit problem. You don't have enough time to apply to four with the quality of applying to one, right? This is the idea of either an upper limit or a diminished return. Where have I seen this before? When you apply to colleges. When you apply to college or like graduate studies, you have to decide, are you going to apply to 30 colleges or are you going to apply to 5? Because there's going to be an upper limit problem. You might get diminished return when you're applying to 30. You might hit a lower limit problem when you hit the 4. So this is an upper limit and this is a lower limit problem, because upper limit and lower limit deals with diminished return. And that's an argument that you can make, and I would have to qualify that. I would say, okay, so if A or B, and you can say there's an upper limit, as in you do not have enough time to apply to both. You can only choose one, because your quality would suffer if you apply to 2. And to me, that's probably a very realistic thing that happens. And whenever I ask you, this is why I'm asking you, if your choice is placement, right? Do you have many choices to be placed in? And now I'm asking you the same question that you might have asked me, but now it's relevant to you, where, okay, so now how many places can you apply to? And how are you going to choose? Do you have an upper limit of time? Because if you asked me the same question, I would say I would apply to as many possible, given that I don't hit an upper limit. So it's kind of like an 80-20 question. If I can apply to 10 with 80% of its quality, I would do 10. If I could apply to 15, but my quality suffers, then I would still apply to 10. If I apply to 5 and I still can reach my lower limit, 100%, or like upper limit of the lower thing, so it's 5%, I would increase it until I see a diminished return. And when I reach a diminished return, I would cut it off at 80%. So like the quality across my board would be above average. That's when I would stop. So that's kind of how I went about it when I applied to graduate school. Like if I wrote out like 5 applications, right? Those 5 applications have a specific amount of time. Why didn't I choose 2? Why didn't I choose 10? Because at 5, I was running out of time. So the times and deadlines. So what happens is that I made sure that the 5 had a quality that I can get behind. and then I'm not sacrificing it for quantity. And that's probably what I would answer when it comes to like, okay, so then how would you choose? If you are presented with 10 possible placements, what would you do? I would choose as many of them as I can without sacrificing a significant portion of the quality of that application. So I have to make sure that I am above average in my perception of my quality so that I don't end up doing this and failing altogether, right? Like you can stretch yourself so thin that the odds of you successful would go down dramatically. So despite this, it could be a null, right? Applying to 30 at the sacrifice of a significant number of your quality of your application, then it would create a null situation. That's what happens when you hit an upper limit. You have stretched yourself in a quality so thin that it's irrelevant now. Now you have so much diminished return that the odds are still better if you're within 5 to 10 applications. So this is an argument for sufficiency. And the answer, the roundabout, I know I didn't say it blankly. I was making an argument for sufficiency. So whenever someone asks me to make a really tough choice, I choose sufficiency most of the time. Am I going to be satisfied with A or am I going to be satisfied with B? If they're both satisfactory, I would choose the first thing that's available to me at any time, because I don't want to wait on, my preference is that I don't want to wait for the best opportune moments. I take all the opportunities that are given to me. So I didn't wait to get accepted in Harvard, for example. I took the first route that I was offered. And I like to think that I would make up that time if I could, right? And it's kind of like your education argument. Would you want to delay your education because a longer education is not the first opportunity to finish your education? The answer is the placement worth more than the education that you're postponing? And that was where I stated blankly, or I attempted to state blankly, not using the word preference, obviously, that I would favor experience over education at any time, because experience gives a higher quality to one's like resume than any amount of education. So like if you had 3 years, if you graduated in 3 years, right, as opposed to 4 years, that 1 year is worth more in experience than the extension of your education. That's kind of where I was going with that, for sure. The main choice within placements is whether it's just over summer holiday or a year-long thing. Okay. And then the choice is just which company you want to do a placement for. So you don't get to choose many companies. Like, you can't choose more than one company. You can only choose one. That's tough. Like, you're gonna have to go through like so many. Oh, okay. Okay, no, you can choose more than one. Okay. If that's what you're saying no to. The Munchausen trilemma is related to whether logical arguments are ultimately unending. Oh, interesting. There's something for that. Oh, no, you can't. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, so you can only choose one company, right? One company. Okay. Would you argue for sufficiency for something more abstract, like the existence of God as well? I would, like, grain of salt, I would, because there's no ideal case. Actually, I would make an argument for sufficiency for most of my life because I am not omnipotent. I'm not omniscient, right? Omnipotent, I don't know what other words. I don't have clairvoyance, right? So sufficiency is the way I live. Now, that's stating it pretty blankly, right? I know I'm kind of like taking little jabs at you right now. If I had to say anything that's blatant about me, is sufficiency is king. Because I don't live a life where I think that I understand the ideal case for anything. I think science, my life of science prior to this period have grounded me in sufficiency, right? You need sufficient evidence to suggest a course of action or a course of belief. Outside of that, I rarely ever operate in a world where idealism, like I would embrace idealism outside of hypothetical. Like we can speak conceptually about idealistic things, like Earth's gravitational constant, right? Like the Earth's gravitational constant, like the speed, the gravitational constant, or like Planck's constant or Avogadro's number. We can talk about the laws and like idealistic conceptions. However, when I'm making decisions, it's often about sufficiency. It's rarely ever about idealism. So whenever someone asks me, am I going to choose 0 or 1? I'm like, can I choose 0.5 or like 0.1? Anything from 0 and 1? Like that's often because sufficiency means that if I had to choose, I would pick the thing that is most sufficient for my use case. So it doesn't have to be idealistic. It doesn't have to be neither or something like that. I kind of want to be greedy about it. At the same time, I need to make an action. So if you're going to wait for the best, for example, if you're going to wait the best to make a choice, I'm not there. I'm not there with you. I don't wait for best. And then when you're talking about the worst case scenario, right? When you're talking about the worst case scenario, I don't wait there too. Like to me that might be too late, for example, right? Like if you're asking, like for me, when is a good time to ask me for help? Like if we were really close friends and someone would say like, when do you think I should ever bother you with my problems? Definitely don't wait for the worst time to do it. Definitely don't wait for the best time to do it. You do it when there's sufficient opportunity to do so. That's in between, right? So for me, when someone says, oh, you know what? I'm done with you, man. You've been doing this for so long. It's like, well, why didn't you bring it up when it was happening? It's like, well, you know, I had to wait till it's the last straw that broke the camel's back before I let loose and explode on your face for being so argumentative all the time. Like, I'm sorry that you got that impression from me. The whole idea is we address things as we find the first available opportunity to do so. So you've had 4 years. This is anecdotal, by the way. I didn't have anyone explode in front of my face in my life, but this is how I imagine it would be. Conception, not yet. There hasn't been anyone that exploded in front of my face because they were encouraged to address their idealism at every turn. So when someone says like, oh, you know, I have this problem and yeah, I can push it off till later. It's like, why not we tackle it now? That would be me. Like I would be the person that would do that. And they're like, nah, you know, I don't feel like it later. Okay, let's make a time and we can tackle it together. Tomorrow? Does tomorrow sound good? Like, well, I still got things to do. I'm like, how about the day after? At some point, there is sufficiency for you to address the problem with or without me. So let's do that. It's not waiting for the best time or the worst time to do something, right? That's kind of my jam right here. So when people ask me to make choices, my choices are usually, is it good enough? If it's good enough, then we go with it. That's like when someone comes to me and say, this is not the best way to learn language. And I'm like, okay, but is it good enough? If it's not good enough, then yikes. If someone says no, the only way that language learning is good enough is if it's the best thing. Good luck. you and I do not meet in idealism land. So if you keep saying this is the best way, you're gonna start over and over again. The next best thing will come along and you start over again. The next best thing you come along, you'll start over again, right? I've spoken to enough people to know that as a young person, that is crippling. It's incredibly crippling. Like, oh no, did I make the wrong decision? Like, if I went back, I would change it all because the best decision was not the decision I made. It was the decision that I didn't make, because hypothetically it could have been better and would have been better if I did this. And my first inclination is the best decision you made is making the best of all the decisions you've made thus far. Because the next decision will be better, should be better than the previous one. Because you're focusing on the decisions you've made. At least in my opinion. Circular reasoning, yeah. Yeah, circular reasoning, infinite regress, and the axiomatic break, yeah, are the only endpoints according to... Oh, interesting. I've heard infinite regress and circular reasoning. Axiomatic break, based on that word, I think I've highlighted those two. Those are some fancy names. Those are some fancy names. I haven't ever read about like technicalities, so hear me out. It's a pure coincidence if whatever I say, you also hadn't heard of the axiomatic break. Yeah, so if by coincidence, like, this is a big disclaimer for everyone, I'm not well read. So like, I didn't come up with logical loops. I'm not a philosopher or a high psych major. I don't know any jargon. But if by coincidence the things that I describe and I gave it a different name, it's a coincidence. So if someone says like, oh, that's basically an infinite regression, that's fine. Like circular reasoning, I call it circular logic or a circular argument. Eventually most things that cause an end, right, like cause a break in logic, is when you get back to the beginning. So I usually just call that circular logic or a circular argument, right? Or cyclic argument is the thing when there's a natural end. So we ended, in my opinion, when there was infinite regress or circular reasoning. So basically, like when I say A and B, and then, well, it's both, but then it's not, it goes back. I'm like, okay, but if I pick A and then make a qualification for A, which makes A have to be B, then we're back to the beginning again. And then we keep going until we basically keep looping until we have nothing. So we just decide that this is a fun exercise in logical reasoning. And that's kind of our like foreplay. I think axiomatic break, if I had to make a guess on axiomatic break, is when the argument goes to a point where you had to reject your axiom. Can refer to a pause in a CNC machine. No, that's not philosophy. A concept is a dramatic shift where the new scientific truth breaks from its ideological preset. Okay, yeah. So that means you just leave. That was kind of funny. The first definition was in a CNC machine. Like an axle breaking, axiomatic. That's pretty funny in a CNC machine. Anyways, yeah, it would like go so far from the axiom that I'm guessing the original premise and stuff no longer applies to the current argument, right? The current like conversation. Like somehow you get from like making a decision, a binary decision, to everything is a crab, right? Everything is a crab. You can still kind of go all the way back, but it's, in my opinion, it's probably so far away that it's a natural end. You just end because, okay, now we have to start back from the beginning. We have to establish all our axioms again. Has that worked with getting a second player to play Subnautica 2 with me? No. In fact, I'm far more isolated than I have ever been. Oh, eventually stop and say, we just accept X as true because it's self-evident. Yeah, basically. You find it so humorous when someone starts reading something and you see their eyebrows frown and they're going, wait, what? Like, that's not what I'm looking for. I was obviously looking for, I was fishing, right? I was fishing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, unless you're enjoying the isolation. Here's the thing, right? That's a good unless. It's a really good unless. I enjoy isolation, but I welcome opportunities. I mean, if it isn't already apparent, right? Like, never do I veer away from collaboration, largely because here's a bit of introversion for you. Whenever someone says introversion, you ever wondered when people say they're introverted that they're miserable in their introversion? Have you ever considered that? You know what I mean? So, hear me out. This is the cyclic argument, by the way. This is an excellent example of cyclic argument. Is what, or cyclic logic. Have you ever wondered the prevalence of people who state that they're introverts? Yeah, I'll repeat. So here's a great cyclic argument that I encounter on a daily basis. Someone who says they're introverted, but they're miserable in their introversion. So, like, they have a lifestyle of an introvert's ideal situation, but it is those moments that bring them misery. So, for example, oh, I like, I like being better than other people, so I play a lot of competitive games, right? But I'm an introvert. And my first thought is, so you're an introvert, but you're seeking comparison with other people, right? So it's a cyclic argument. It happens a lot where someone's like, oh, I'm an introvert, but I absolutely love when people praise me on social media. I'm like, so you're not an introvert, or are you? And this is a roundabout way to tell you that a lot of times sometimes someone tells me that I'm not an introvert, or like they make this presumption that I'm not an introvert or something like that, or they make an inference like I wouldn't understand what it's like to have introversion. And my first thought is, how often do you see me talk with other people? Like, what I mean is, what do you think successful introversion looks like? Like, what I mean is someone who's well adjusted to their introversion, right? And that question that you asked, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, unless you're enjoying the isolation. I do enjoy the isolation. And how I adapted successfully to my introversion is that I spend most of my isolation preparing to have extroverted opportunities. So, like, it's not because I need appraisal or confirmation or admonishment, like admiration or praise from other people. I spend most of my time working on being extroverted to get those things. So whenever someone says that they're introverted and they need praise from other people, they're working on an aspect that is cognitively dissonant. They're cyclically arguing with themselves, in my opinion. They seek extroversion things while convincing themselves they're introverted. It's the opposite for me. When someone says like, oh, doesn't it matter that no one will ever know that you're important? And I'm like, not really. Like, I like my isolation. It's like, but then why are you streaming? Isn't that like a non-introverted thing to do? It's like, I welcome it because I'm comfortable with my introversion, that I spend time working on what I have to do. I don't battle myself each day and say, I'm an introvert, so I'm going to go and do everything extroverted and then still continue to work on my introversion. I'm not entirely sure that's true. Like, I don't know how that works. It sounds like a life of misery. Also, you're always happy to do stuff with you. Oh, okay. We could. Yeah. So you're nonchalantly beating around the bush, telling me that, all right, I wonder how tricky that would be. We'll have to see. But you do also understand it's tricky to decide the appropriate approach given our streamer-viewer relationship. Sorry, Procol. That sounded like a contractual duty in partnership. Do you want us to do like a... Do we need a write-up? I feel like we need a write-up of contractual duties between the conflict, to lay down the rules for conflict resolution in case we reach a non-platonic, like exceeding our platonic relationship when it comes to our duties to playing. Your lawyer would be interested. For you, it's a lack of choice that is the negative to isolation. I agree. That's the first thing I focus on. A lack of choice. And you know what's crazy about that? I usually say, why not both? Where I start is, why not both? Literally the thing that started all of our digression today is, why not both? Because a lot of times when people are miserable in their isolation or they're insecure and they're like really upset about their stuff, they usually think of a lack of choice. They often think of, is it A or is it B? And the first thing I would say is, I'm not going to tell them there are other choices, because it's not like, that's gaslighting, right? You're going to rely on gaslighting to tell them, oh, there are plenty of fish in the sea, but they don't know those yet. So why would you go and say that? And it's like, oh, you'll understand later. It's like, they need to understand now. They're having problems now. So the idea is like, hey, do you understand A? Do you understand B? Is it possible that you could do both? Right? You start there, because then it would immediately feel like they have more choices. And I do that not in this sense, right? When we're talking about placements and stuff. We're more talking about when someone says, oh man, if I wear this shirt, a lot of people would notice me, and I don't like that attention because it makes me feel insecure. And then like, okay, well, what is the other choice? I wear my normal shirt, then I'm invisible, but then no one would notice me. Like, is there any medium? Like, can you wear something that will attract the people you want attention from? And then meet in the middle. Like, is it possible? Then their choices expand. So they have more choices now. Now there's a third choice. The third choice is to wear a shirt that specifically attracts a predictable person that would react to them. So then they can monitor and address that. Like, is there a threshold? Is there sufficient enough acknowledgement and a sufficient enough effort to pick something that is slightly noticeable? Now the person is starting to think in spectrum, right? So now you're thinking it's A to B and everything in between. So in light of that, the idea is I don't have to come up with new choices. I can ask questions and see if they can come up with more choices for them. And no, I'm not saying that people who think they're introverted are not introverted and they're extroverted or they're not extroverted. The thing that I care about is that what they think, their motivations in saying something is tied to their actions. Otherwise, it's kind of weird. So, am I an introvert? I absolutely love my isolation. I love my isolation so much that it gives me plenty of time to work on the things I suck at, which is everything else that people kind of sort of think I'm better at, which I'm not. Like speaking. Oh, speaking is... That's a lifelong passion. I said this a lot, where how can you tell the difference between a successful person and a lucky person, right? Like, to draw a comparison, but lucky people can be successful people too. So we're just gonna do a little bit of concept here. So how much luck and how much success? Like, some people like, isn't luck the same as success? You can make a fun argument, but let's say, what is the proportions? So what is the proportions of someone when you're interviewing someone, right? Like when you're talking to someone, I consider myself interviewing most people when they talk to me. Like, if you want to read between the lines, I always have motivation. Like, legitimately, pro call, our entire conversation, I've been setting up multiple things. So I know this might sound like, if you're not comfortable with this, that's understandable. I could certainly dial it back. But one of the things is, I don't want to make people's time worth less. We got to make it worth more. So this one is a setup right here, which is, how can you tell the difference between talking to someone who is lucky or successful? Oftentimes, the people who are successful talk about all the things they did to address their problems. When you think about luck, they usually emphasize what happened. To get there. So it's a combination of these two. When you ask a person like, hey, oh, that must have been a bad thing, right? It must be a bad thing that you're isolated. And my first thought is, well, it's not lucky that I'm isolated. It's not unlucky that I'm isolated, right? The first thing when you ask me, oh, sorry, unless you had control over it. That's the example. Like, you didn't say in those words, but I really like how you phrased it, because I have control over my isolation. Like, I enjoy my isolation, so I have chosen my isolation. If you're feeling sorry, it often deals with the aspect of luck. So it's either, remember that you can be right? Unlucky and also lucky. But when you're successfully adjusted, you typically talk about how it works. So for me, most of the time, I immediately would say that is very much correct. I enjoy my isolation because I understand how I can control my isolation. And then I use that to work on how I will break the isolation when I need it or when I want it. I don't wait for things to happen to me in order for me to feel like an introvert or an extrovert. Like, for example, an introverted argument, which, again, I'm not saying they are introverted or not. An introverted argument would be that they are unlucky because no one likes them. Or they don't have a lot of friends, right? It just unlucky. They are unlucky because no one likes them. And my first thought is, well, it's very different from asking someone who's introverted, who's successful. When they're introverted, they immediately they would say, oh, hey, I thought of this great idea. And when I was like alone at times, I started working on things to connect with people. That's what you would hear. You would hear how they didn't wait for luck to happen. It was not something that they didn't control. It was often from a perspective that luck can happen. You can get unlucky and unlucky despite being successful. When you get lucky, I welcome it. So we could play Subnautica 2 together, pro call, if that's how the luck aligns, right? Coincidentally, and we can make it happen as well. So we can combine the aspect of making it happen and also seeing where our luck lands. But it's rarely ever entirely on luck. I think the vast majority of people that I've seen that are not successful yet, right? We have to be clarified who is currently unsuccessful or they feel they are unsuccessful. That doesn't mean they can't be successful. The idea is there's a percentage that they weigh on. Are you spending 80% of your time hoping for a windfall? Or are you spending 80% time working on your success? And a lot of times people would say, well, luck is success. It's like, yes, there are overlapping properties. That's why it's 80%. 20% of it does overlap, but the perspective is incredibly different. It's incredibly different when you ask someone, what is the aspect of their success? Oftentimes it might sound like luck because it is luck. And then it can sound like, well, none of that's luck. It's just hard work. Yes, because it's success. Success is hard work. And what I mean by hard work, I don't mean like doing the same thing without wanting more for yourself. It's more like hard work, smart work, all the other forms of work, right? And then luck is no work. You wait for life to throw you a bone or it takes it away from you. Let's see, hold on. You realize that you're less introverted than you had previously thought, and that it's the fear of socializing that caused you to avoid it rather than a genuine dislike for socializing. Well, that's, at least you come to the understanding. I'm not gonna recall, I'm gonna take a jab at you. Doesn't the human condition dictate that you are less likely to be antisocial as opposed to be insecure of socializing? I obviously, I'm glad to hear that that is the case. Like, stating evidence or something is not the same. It does not equate to the belief, to the belief of that. When you said you had the fear of socializing that caused you to avoid it rather than genuine dislike for socializing, a lot of times people would use the term antisocial, right? Antisocial versus socially anxious, right? Or social anxiety. And the human condition, understanding the human condition doesn't necessarily help you believe it, right? But one of the human condition is that most people are antisocial, but they're not really. Most people are not antisocial. They simply have social anxiety. And what is one of the social anxiety? Risks, right? Hear me out. It goes both ways. Profit. And one of the underlying human conditions about anxiety is that it's important. The moment you are anxious about something, it means it's important. Fear doesn't go away. It elevates its importance. So whenever someone tells me like, hey, aren't you afraid of like just screwing up really badly? Absolutely. That's why I try my best every single day, right? Sufficiently. Try my best at taking ownership of that fear to remind myself, I fear because it's important, right? I also get reward because it's important. When you socialize with someone, it's very risky. That means you can profit too. And I don't mean by like monetization profiting. I'm talking about like profiting for your gains. When you think of antisocial things, that's avoidance. That's an avoidance tech. It means that it's easier to not have to deal with any risks or any other thing. And what happens when someone's antisocial? In my opinion, the perception, like the projection of antisocial, is someone who doesn't care about most things. When they say, yeah, whatever. Like, hey, hi, 76? 76, 420, 69, hi, bye. That's antisocial. That's closer to antisocial. Because that person is literally doing something so that they can remove the socialization from their actions. They leave before they get a response. They say something without an acknowledgement. That is antisocial behavior. It's trying to minimize socializing, right? So I do agree with some people who say they are antisocial for the time being. Whether they are intrinsically antisocial, that's a different story, right? For me, I believe in the human condition includes social anxiety. Social anxiety, like a lot of times people think about social anxiety as a curse. Like what I mean is, like no one experiences social anxiety. Only the healthy people don't experience social anxiety. Only healthy people don't experience fear, right? They don't experience fear, insecurity, nervousness, right? Like successful people don't experience any of that. They're so confident none of this stuff exists. When in fact, in my opinion, and you would probably hear this like a broken record, whenever you get an interview with a successful person, they would say things that reveal the human condition. So what I mean is, yeah, I get nervous all the time. The thing is, how do you use it? How do you frame it? Social anxiety, anxiousness is tied with both fear and its importance. Rarely are things that are important are ever anxious. So whenever you say like, oh, I'm playing a video game and yeah, you know, it's just a vibe, there's no stake in it. It's like, okay, well, I hope you find reward in the future with your video games, because when things don't have stakes, things don't have anxiousness, or like any combination of that, they also are deafened in reward, right? Like failing to make a friend out of 30 times, but you made a friend 1 out of 30 times, for example. All that anxiousness also reciprocates in its reward, right? And it sucks, but I personally think that's part of the human condition. Social anxiety is kind of baked into other things that deal with the human condition, and they're ever present. Now, obviously, when it comes to individual variability, you can also think about socialization with regards to social normatives, right? If you're neurotypical and neuroatypical, the idea is society will frame around specific consequences for those behavior, right? Like if a society you grew up in stigmatizes antisocial behavior, then effectively society is conditioning, is a contributor to that problem. So in no way am I saying that social anxiety is a good thing or a bad thing. It has to be framed. Right now, you could say that antisocial avoidant behavior is not sustainable at the moment. That doesn't mean the future it can be sustainable. I don't know, AI takes over the world and then all of us are in a geothermal vent powered by a almighty Skynet. I'm mixing up so many sci-fis, so don't worry about it. Maybe, but for now, the social inequities does happen. And again, I'm more of a person who sits there, don't sit there and wait for a windfall, wait for the tides to change. I usually encourage the person to be like, let's be a little bit more successful tomorrow. How can we address that? Well, if you're anxious, tell yourself how important the thing is, right? Like, try to come up with a reason for your anxiety. At least try to come up with a reason for your anxiety. It sounds like a brag, but aha, this was all part of my plan. Just kidding. You're completely comfortable with it and can't understand why I might be uncomfortable with it. That's interesting. A lot of one of my close high school friends is very uncomfortable with it. In fact, it kind of happened on the stream one time. There are quite a lot of people who are uncomfortable with it. So oftentimes they just straight up directly tell me, like, you know, I'm not one of your psychoanalytical targets, right? And that simply means that you might be thinking, then how are you friends? We share experiences. You can collaborate by sharing experiences. right? Try not to think about or anticipate, share the experiences. So then you can have like a raw response. So when you meet someone like that who doesn't like to talk in hypotheticals or situational things to get their like juices going, their brain juices going, oftentimes then you share time with them, right? Go to a baseball game together, share a drink, I don't know, get inebriated together. No, drink responsibly, but you can see it in their behavior, so you can partake in their conversations as opposed to trying to analyze them, right? Like, most of my questions are incredibly probing, but they're not probing for the sake of forming a counter argument later. It's kind of how I ascertain what I'm doing in my conversations. Even if the isolation is out of control, in my opinion, isolation is a good source of control. Cyclic argument, yeah, that is true. Isolation is a good source of control. That's kind of what people seek. Isolation creates control. What they want ends up conflicting, in my opinion. A lot of times, isolation is a good source of control, but it ends up not addressing what they desire, which is the control of others. And I'm not saying this in like a villainous way. I'm talking about having control over how others respond to you. Isolation is the antithesis of not being able to anticipate, interact with others, right? So the isolation gives them that control that allows them to address their social anxiety, right? Isolation, antisocial or avoidant behavior, feeds into, it negates that social anxiety. But because of that, that social anxiety will increase when it involves other people. So it's the thing that they desire when they interact with other people then goes up, which is the control aspect. It doesn't give me great satisfaction. It rarely gives me satisfaction that I can control someone else. Like, and you can think about it as a narcissistic way or like a scary way, but when someone is constantly at my beck and call, like if I talk to someone, and this is a very important topic because I don't do this professionally. I do this like kind of goodwillingly. When someone is dependent on me, they cannot be my friend. Hear me out. I understand other people are like, well, friends can be dependent on each other. And like, I get it. I'm talking about for myself personally. My friends are independent from me. They can choose when they want to hang out, and I can choose when to trust, ask them for help and stuff. So my level of friendship with my friends is that they are not dependent on me. Like, we are friends because we choose and have control of when we can interact with each other, not because it's dependent. So like, oh man, he's no longer my friend because I have to spend time with him, right? That's why isolation is a good source of control, while at the same time having to have the ability to interact with other people can address the control of others, right? Like this really weird duality. If you spend too much time in isolation, you expect that is the only tool that you have when interacting with someone else. So when you're in isolation long enough and you still seek interaction with other people, any interaction will become fully socially anxious, because your wheelhouse is you hope that you meet someone who is exactly like you, which is not quite, you're against the wall here, right? The longer you stay isolated, the less and less likely you'll meet someone else who's exactly like you. And it is through that you realize it's really wonderful. So from my perspective, I don't win anything. Like when you were talking about winning as a joke, I don't like winning arguments. Does not reward me the way other people do, in my opinion. It's winning their respect and winning their rapport, that is the ultimate victory. And what's greater than winning an argument is having both parties win. So I'm not playing the metagame to settle for winning an argument. I'm playing the metagame so that we both come out winning. And that to me is why it's kind of fun that way. You aim more than that, aim higher than that. Not that it's possible. I simply aim for it. So if someone is saying, "Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right," I'm like, "Wait a minute. I might not be right all the time. In this particular case, sure, I could be right. But hey, you made some valid arguments. Let's go and see how you would be able to be also right, because most of your arguments are valid, right?" That's kind of the idea, because you don't invalidate someone just because they lose, right? Like, it's so discouraging whenever someone says, "Oh, I came in second." So that means the first place person thinks that everyone else is garbage because their efforts were not worth it. That's kind of like how I win and you lose situation happens. Like, hey, I win, so that means all your efforts were wasted. You have no reward unless you are the winner. And that to me is what happens when you stay antisocial and you emphasize on avoidance, because the only person that is most important in isolation is you. Rarely do you ever see an existence beyond yourself with chronic isolation, right? And I don't necessarily think there are people in the world that can sustainably exist in chronic isolation. So that's talking about zeros and ones, right? So it's kind of a moot point when it comes to using isolation as a viable strategy in a human world. Yeah, you do worry about your experiences of the game based on how close we stick together. I've had this thought as I may play it with your cousin. Oh, interesting. I see. I'm a sucker for running as far as I can from risks, but I'm working on it. Okay. It's fair enough. Apart from some risks like your problems you've had, you hope you guess what I mean by that. Yeah. There's the screen, which is so weird as it's falling headfirst into a near guaranteed risk to avoid an objectively less severe risk. I follow that. That's for sure. Does autism necessarily have the consequence of a level of being antisocial, or is autism too broad to say that? I have no idea. Autism is too broad now. I would say it's more the latter than the former. Autism is so broad now. Like the autistic spectrum, right? The autistic spectrum is incredibly broad now. So we would have to make a lot of caveats or like particular selection factors in order to make a generalization about autism. Like very specific autistic spectrum, I suppose. Our unparalleled options for choice that we have stemming from the birth of society has caused us to live in a world in which what we naturally want to do is usually the opposite of what is best for progression of society, yet we still do persevere and pursue the progression of society, the indomitable human spirit. Did you write that, or did you quote that from someone? That is beautiful. That is such a beautiful statement. I'm not saying you're incapable of beautiful statements, Brokaw, but that's like you wrote that. That's beautiful. Yeah, it's the indomitable human spirit for sure. Yeah. Someone once told me, but you're a hypocrite. Here's one. You thought it was a bit cliche? Nah, I'm all about the cliches. Someone once called me a hypocrite. Like, you are a hypocrite. And I'm like, yeah, if you choose any one point in time and compare it to any one point in time, I'm probably a hypocrite. And then my question is, do you understand the human condition? Right? So whenever someone's like, oh, I found this one instance in which you said garbage, even though you said you never call people garbage or you never say anything is garbage. I'm like, yeah, you got me. I'm not, this is where I would wait for the person to tell me what their motivation was. I have several ideas of what their motivation is to point out my hypocrisy, right? And inevitably, I'm going to talk about the human condition. Because one of the human conditions is that humans are hypocrites. Now, they're only selectively hypocrite at any 2 points in time of comparison. You will live, if you are a human being, you will live long enough to be called a hypocrite. At least in my opinion. That's one of the inevitabilities. The reason why I call it a human condition is because at some point in your life, if you interact with enough human beings or be seen by enough human beings, you will in fact be called a hypocrite, or being alluded to as a hypocrite. Because humans are not omniscient. They do not predict the future. They can try with their indomitable human spirit to predict the future at any turn. But when you live long enough, you will be hypocritical because you change your mind with new information and new experiences. So to me, when someone says, "Oh, I'm never a hypocrite," they haven't lived long enough. It's kind of like the Batman thing. I don't know. This might be a little too far off. This might actually be an axiomatic break here. So what was a quote from Batman? You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain, or something like that. I love that. Like, I love that idea where you have to understand that human life and actions and stuff is on a continuum. So at some point, the human condition dictates that you will make enough actions, logical reasonings, motivations, and whatnot to create contradiction in your life. So, like, one of the really fun quotes from Batman, like various Batmans, is the idea of you either die a hero because you were doing something magnanimous and benevolent and you die doing it, or you live long enough to be vilified because at some point someone is going to disagree with you and you are going to have to take actions that are maybe incongruous with your spirit. So you either live a short life with your indomitable spirit to never encounter it, or you live a long enough to welcome the human condition, right? I think it's such a poetic thing. When I first heard something like that, something about like the symbolism of Batman, right? Like the symbol can persist beyond the human condition. What I mean by that is, if Batman left the symbol, then the symbol can continue to represent what it is. But the person themselves will inevitably have committed actions and like things in the name of what their life is like that doesn't necessarily represent the idealism of a symbol, right? Like Batman could, like the symbol itself could represent fear and deterrence to villainy, but the person themselves, Batman himself, is inevitably going to be filled with strife and contradiction and tough decisions and whatnot. Despite all of that, the indomitable human spirit, you try to do better, right? Anyways, at least I feel like that would constitute as an indomitable human spirit. We did have a risky period of dependency, which luckily you addressed when you noticed it. Yeah, dependency. I wanted to go back to that for a little bit. I have different types of friends, okay? And then the reason why I say I have different types of friends is not because you have to vie for stuff. Ultimately, the closest friends I've ever had in my life it's not that they're better or worse. They just happen to be the closest friends, are also the ones that eventually become my intellectual equal. And intellectual equal, just so you know, when I say intellectual equal, this is not a measure of value. It's not a measure of value. Like, there are so much more things to other people, like the value, the literal value to them, than their intellectual equivalents. The idea is that I feel closest to people who, when I speak to them, we are equal ground. Like, we do not say things like, hey, man, like, I was expecting you to show up because I need you for this. And I'm like, okay, so now we're not intellectually equal because I'm a provider and that person is a dependent. So that's what I mean by intellectual equal. The idea is when people talk, when I talk with my friends, sorry, my eyes are a little itchy. I myself do not have to provide for the discussion. It's always a joy when I'm with my closest friend that when I speak something, they're getting ready. They're like, give me the mic. You know, like we're all fighting. We're all fighting for the mic. Or it's more like passing the baton sort of situation. Like, hey, you know, I said a lot. Do you want to say something? Absolutely. You know, like my friends would just take the mic, say, oh yeah, I have something to say. And then they would say, it's like, you know, I said a lot. What about the other people? And then immediately someone would take the mic, right? That's what I mean by intellectual equal. Other types of friends, especially online friends, they are much younger than me a lot of times. So it's like 95% me yapping and 5% of them asking questions, but they want answers from me. But I don't have answers. Like it's what I mean is I may have, they're not quite the same as answers. I have responses. I have commentary. But the idea is the answers are dependent on them. The answer should not be dependent on me. Otherwise, and here's what I mean by why I was talking about I don't do this professionally, is because that's how I keep my distance. And you might, like, some people will say, well, what do you mean keep your distance? What if they want to be your friend? The idea is they can become my friend when they don't have any more problems that are dependent on me. And what I mean by that is by this type of friend. But I can continue to be their friend provided I keep my distance. Because otherwise I can't help them with their problems. That's what I mean by that. Like, oftentimes the distance that someone gets closer and closer to me is that they have less and less problems over time. So, because we're no longer basing our friendship on dependency, we're basing our friendship on the voluntary willingness to create something new or bigger than us. And that's kind of why it's very tough to also find partnership nowadays, because partnership inevitably becomes a dependent relationship. Like in the social, casual, transactional world of the internet, when you enter a partnership, you're asking, what can we offer each other? And when I try to enter a partnership, my expectation is I can be your partner, but you don't have to be mine. That's how we enter a partnership. Like, because if you think I need to give you something, I can probably try to do that, but you don't need to give me anything. And then if that turns into something that one day they don't need anything from me and they just simply want to do it, that's when we become closest friends. Because rarely do I ever feel pressure to like owe something for the presence and the privilege of interacting with my friends. That's kind of my take on things. Obviously, that means that I have very few closest friends, so to speak, like this type of friend. And that's perfectly all right. Which goes back to the very first thing that I mentioned. I'm quite satisfied in my isolation. I do invest though. I constantly invest in another person. Like, I want them to become independent. And that also comes with the bittersweet moment of having to part ways, possibly with the person. It is the fleeting period of being able to share that person's journey with them that is priceless. So I don't, to me, a lot of times when people think of social anxiety, they also think about risk as in losing their investment. So like when you make a friend, the first thing I hear most of the time is, why bother making friends if they don't stick around? Like, I have friends, but they're the type of friends that come and go, so they're not really friends. And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure if I have any good or bad news for you, but people come and go because they're not you. And the idea is that you cherish what time you have, whether it's dependent or independent. And then one day when they are independent, like if you like people who are successful and are not dependent on you, they tend to come and go. Like they have their lives, they're helping other people, right? And being dependent doesn't make you a bad person. It's any particular stage in life. Like I'm dependent on other people too, right? Like I'm dependent on people who provide food when I pay them, right? I depend on Twitch to keep the stream going. you can, obviously not people, but an organization, right? I depend on, like, there are a lot of dependents. The idea is that when you want the feeling that I have, that mutual respect that happens, I like to remove, or I like to make sure that it is not motivated by tragedy or motivated by anxiety that it already is. Like, for example, if I disappear one day and I leave like a wreck house of like 14 people who's absolutely devastated because I'm no longer in this world, that's not what I want. So oftentimes the people that are closest to me are not individuals who would wallow and be devastated by my loss, the loss of me, but more like they would be able to celebrate and understand what is it that our time was like together. This sounds like I'm like about to die tomorrow. I promise I'm not, like, I don't have any, or at least I'm not aware that I have any terminal disease or anything like that. The idea is the people that I am helping are also the people that I try to keep my emotional dependency separate, because I want them to become independent. Beforehand, I think dependency is kind of rough, and often subconscious, and it can be taken advantage of. So I don't know, Procol, like, you're still following this line of thought, like, in a nonchalant way. I find it, this could be a little bit more tactful. I find it incredibly repulsive that there are healthy people, maybe you can constitute them as healthy people and successful people, where they take advantage of people who are not healthy and easily vulnerable and create dependency. So whenever I think about success, oftentimes the people that I look up to, or like if I have someone that I admire or envy, I envy the, to me, very biased here, I have a preference for people who, when they're successful, they don't rely on creating dependency to continue to be successful. I think the internet might have made me a little cynical now, like against them, like against individuals who wield their influence in order to take advantage of people's weaknesses. Like, hey guys, you have they're not malicious people. I simply have a bit of a repulsion, so I'm not saying that they're bad people or anything like that. At least I'm trying not to. They believe what they want to believe. For myself, I'm not in that wheelhouse. Like, hey guys, if you're suffering from social anxiety, I developed this miracle cure, right? This one tablet a day, it can lower your anxiety and make you a successful extroverted person. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that type of thing where like, hey, say here are your top 20 tips and tricks for revitalizing your introversion anxieties and make them all go away. That's like the nature of YouTube a lot of times, and for better or for worse, because they're still trying to help. Like, by all means, many of the individuals that I might have accidentally touched upon, they have their own motivations, but there are great ones who are genuinely trying, and it's a pros and cons. You inherently create dependency inadvertently at exchange for offering a solution. So I just happen to be not one of those people. Also, by you saying you've been isolated infers that you don't consider your Twitch, YouTube interactions to be not isolation. Yeah. I'm usually with my thoughts when it comes to YouTube and Twitch interactions. When is it not isolation? Often when I'm being influenced. And what I mean by that is being influenced by the generosity of someone else. Then I no longer feel isolated. So like, you could say that I sometimes, not all the time, I sometimes consider Twitch, YouTube interactions to be not isolation, because the interaction of YouTube and Twitch was not the dependency on a person exchanging ideas with me. Like, for example, whenever you come by, Procall, if you're still listening, the idea is you bring news with you, and especially news that I am unaware of. That is when isolation breaks. Like the conversations we have now are not isolation, because it's not only my own thoughts. Isolation is broken when there's an intellectual exchange, when there's an intellectual equivalence. So not all interactions are not all Twitch and YouTube interactions are isolating or non-isolating. The idea is that isolation is when you're constantly living inside your own head. So if in order to break my isolation, it requires that I'm interacting with someone who is also intellectually forward. It's not me, like, I know this sounds a little bit narcissistic, but it's not me trying to lead the conversation the whole time, and it's not me only providing the counter arguments. It's not me like that. I hate that feeling. Like, when I think of isolation that I'm seeking, like that, if I'm seeking isolation, I simply don't do Twitch and YouTube, right? It is with the opportunity to interact with other intellectuals that have that. However, does that mean having, like, here's a counter argument. It's like, okay, well, what about someone who's intellectually superior to you? Right? Like, okay, you were only talking about equals. You think that people, like, in a narcissistic way, someone could challenge me and say, well, that's kind of narcissistic. You think that people can only become your equal. They can never exceed you. And I'm like, if they exceed me, hot dog, I pull up a seat and I pull out a notebook and I start taking notes. Like, I don't even get that privilege. Like, what I mean is, okay, if you think you're intellectually superior to me, come on by, tell me your infinite wisdom. I will sit here and I will get educated. But that's not how intellectual superior people present themselves. They don't go around and dog on people who are inferior to them. You must seek them, in my opinion. I mean, occasionally you get really lucky, and I hope I get lucky one day, right? get lucky that someone who is obviously incredibly achieved and intellectually superior decide to bless me. I legitimately mean that word, bless me with the privilege of their presence, and I can like pick their brain, or they can voluntarily offer their goodwill to me. But rarely have I ever encountered that. I've encountered snake oil salesmen, or people who think they're intellectually superior, but they rarely ever enrich me with something that demonstrates to me that they have my goodwill in mind. It's kind of tough. An example that popped into your head was recently some Republicans have stopped supporting Trump and have stated that to them, be responding with something along the lines of, wow, it took you long enough to notice, idiot. And it's like, no, they're on your team. Now, why on earth are you alienating? Yeah. That's pretty rough. Sorry, you've been somewhat been keeping up. You opened another stream and been hopping between them. Oh, that's perfectly alright. Alright. That's where we should wrap up for today. I think I'm just gonna leave the last 10 and then we'll just do it later. It's fine. Okay. Because I'm gonna switch to wrapping up Kiwami 3 today. It's always been a pleasure, you know, right? What I mean, Protocol? We always have these long conversations. I think that's kind of like the routine. Maybe one day, like when you get placed, right? Getting replaced, getting placements and all that, we can turn this into like a post thing. Who knows, Procall? Podcasts in another 5 years? We never know. This is what networking is. This is what long-term investment is, right? To me, I always, here's one that, if you want some absolutes, right? Some idealism or some naivety, right? Like I generally call my resolute things, like blanket my idealism. Whenever I present some of my own idealisms, I do have ideals. I usually use the word naive. And there are some naive conceptions that I have that I will say blankly each and every day. I always play the long game when talking to someone else. Like, when it comes to the human thing, I always play the long game. Never do I trivialize the privilege of human interaction. And because of that reason, I'm also never going to be a successful streamer or a content creator. Because to me, someone would have to create an incredibly compelling argument in helping me with my idealism. I can appreciate the pros and cons of idealism, in my opinion, is because the ideals that I keep, which I don't share very often because people don't ask me like, hey Maku, what are your idealistic things? What are your tenets of life? If I have to answer those things, it would come with naivety. And I've shared some of those things. I believe in the human spirit, period. I believe that humans are inherently good, right? Maybe chaotically good or orderly good, depending on your choice of spice. And it is through desperation, misfortune, and like lacking in some sort of human conditions counterbalance that there are evil people in the world, right? Like what I mean is any particular time and point, it's the result of not having that balance. That's one idealism that I share quite a lot. Whenever someone says like, oh, I just suck and I have no redeemable quality, one of the idealisms I hold is that humans have redeemable quality, period. And then because of idealism, right, the idea that it's naive and idealism, it's easy to pick apart. Someone's like, but what if you're right? But what if you're right? I have no counter argument to them. The thing about idealism is it's very easily falsifiable. That's why idealism is naive. I'm telling you that my goodwill is idealistic. So it's open, it's vulnerable to attack. Like, oh, you don't seriously believe that you always try your best to interact with a human being. It's like, well, it's naive. I say I'm trying to, right? But you're saying you're trying, so that means it's not true. It could be not true. And I'm like, I agree. I'm presenting it as an idealistic thing. The windfall right now isn't a good time for us to play a game together. Next time we interact, we'll reevaluate. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's been a big, great pleasure. I wouldn't be surprised if there ends up being an opportunity for us to grab a drink together, considering how fewer rules for tech business USA has compared to Europe. Yeah, I think so too. It's a long game. Like, hear me out. I still think in another 2 years, it is possible for me to go visit Japan and share a drink with Drama. Like, there are so many long, tenuous, long game plans. Like, I still think it is still possible in the future. In 3 years, if I live long, if I live past 3 years, there is a possible chance I could visit Malaysia and say hi to Churn when he becomes a professional. Things like that, that's what's in my head. Like, I like interacting with people in the hopes of the long game. The other streamer you watch on just said he thinks that profanity is a religious thing. I'll leave that with you, as I think that's great. Profanity is a religious thing. You're gonna have to give me more context. Like, how does like in I'm gonna need more context here. Like, how does that work? Oh, and you said something about Trump. That example was not me saying being against Trump is my team, by the way. Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah. All right. Let me do this stuff and then I try to squeeze in Kagami. For the record, I haven't had a digression since the last digression was 3 days ago, which was the drama thing. And then what was the topic of the drama thing, by the way? It was the conversation we had prior to that, the BAFTA thing. So the only time I had a digression was the last time with drama, which was 3 days ago, and that digression started with the digression from you and I over a week ago. So that's the new thing. Like, digressions are rare and in between, so maybe we can turn it into a more of a something like that. So that's what I meant by nothing too significant happened outside of the roadmap and the stuff that I plan on doing. Nothing outside myself. Your comment about us potentially grabbing a drink is such an ignorant European statement, not understanding the immense scale of your country. Hear me out though. If you're gonna be if you ever consider the idea of being an expat from UK, that's so crazy. That's almost an honor, really, because you have a lot of pride in your English heritage. But let's just say you do. One of the places is like my hometown, which is New York City. Otherwise, you're going to Seattle, right? Like Silicon Valley or something like that. Honestly, like, let's just be real. Or maybe somewhere like in the Midwest. That's probably where you're gonna end up. And despite the immense scale of the United States, your current career trajectory will land you in places that I would frequent. So it's statistically very likely that we could actually share a drink, because the aspect of your current future is very much intertwined and almost selectively biased towards where I would be as well, because the nature of your career is at the centerfold of future technology and science development, right? And inherently, those are the places that I would find myself if I were to venture out, I would be in those places. So life works weird that way. Like, one day, I often wondered, have I ever crossed paths with people that I've met, the rare people that I've met online, and we just didn't know, because I can't see people, right? But people can see me, and that's interesting. I think he was saying that the idea of profanity is inherently religious, but I'm using a lot of inference. I honestly, I have no qualms with that. Yeah. And then, you know, religious being a collective of agreed tenets. And we already talked about that thing about religion and science, right? Science is a religion, so to speak, like in the capacity of the idea that there requires a belief system, and that belief system is upheld by a series of logical logical operations. Like, what I mean is the operation of a collective is based on those tenets, so that requires a belief system, right? And profanity requires that. How can one create a consensus for what constitutes as profanity without a collective agreeing on the tenets of profanity, right? It's inherent. Things that are allowed and not allowed are operated within the scope of a collective. So only that particular aspect, that we're specifically narrowing down the aspect that it requires a series set of rules and, dear me, laws that inherently make something right or wrong. And I think where that person was going is, I agree with your inference, that they probably mean profanity is a religious thing because it requires a collective morality, right, and rules to elicit what it constitutes as bad or good, which inherently science does the same thing. What is bad data? What is good data? Despite it being like, you can argue objectivity and subjectivity, but we're not talking about objectivity and subjectivity right now of data and evidence-based things. We're talking about the collective nature of having tenets, so rules and laws and orthodoxy, that particular thing. And that's what I think the person meant too when they said profanity is a religious thing. Like, not all of religion, like a theology or ideology or etc., but more so the act of agreeing that something is bad or some word is bad or good requires a religious thing. It requires an agreement by a majority of people to say that it is bad. OMG, you completely forgot about this. It happened ages ago. You had a dream that you went on holiday to USA and was lugging your suitcase along the street. When I see you run past me doing your daily run, and I called out MAKU to you, then revealed who I was, which you reacted to it with shock. Honestly, I have no idea what I would look like when I'm shocked. I'll really, that would be great. One day, you know, one day I could also triangulate on your position and, you know, drop in on a surprise visit. Who knows? It could happen. I you know, real talk, in reality, Procol, I honestly, sometimes I do wish. It feels so creepy saying that. It's okay. Here's a coincidence. Well, it's not a coincidence because I talk about a lot of things with other people. But 2 days ago, someone asked me, what do I dream about? Right? Like, what do I dream about? Because to give you a quick context, this was about art. Because I was like sharing my art visions and stuff, because this person was working on art and they wanted ideas and then how to be creative and stuff. And then I was saying, okay, all right, here's an example. I would do yada yada yada. And then they asked me about dreams. Like, what do I dream about? And then I kind of jumped the gun and I said, you're probably referring to dreams because the association between ideas for art deals with a dreamy person, right? Someone who dreams about various things in order to be creative and artful about it. And how does this relate tangentially to what your dreams are like? I actually have dreams about grounded things most of the time. And it's things like that where I have anachronisms. So I know your specific example is not an anachronistic, but generally, like when I talk to someone, I would. Have you ever had like a dream where like you can never make out the person's face, but you know exactly who the person is? That's what I mean by this type of dream. I have a lot of lucid dreams. So that's, I have these dreams too. So I would be like, I would go to graduate school. So one of the most common things, I'm going to reveal some of my insecurities. And my insecurities are no different from everyone else. Like my social anxieties, my dreams are filled with social anxiety. So like not necessarily like the same type. I often dream about graduate school. And one of my greatest pressures in graduate school is not meeting deadlines or not meeting progress. So oftentimes in these environments, when I'm going to school and I'm looking at people around the room, and like I go to the office meeting, I would see people and I would address them. Right? I would talk to them and they would be anachronistic. As in, Procol, you could end up being one of those people. Like I would speak to you as though I'm speaking like I already know you, but the immediate people are taking place in a scene that may or may not have existed in reality. So oftentimes my insecurities are projected by those scenes. And I know this largely because of lucid dreaming. Like I know that the person I'm talking to, I can't see their face, but I'm talking to them as though I already knew them, but they can't possibly be here in this memory because it's anachronistic. I haven't met you yet. Or like my teacher, for example, my mentor could be someone else. It could be someone who clearly looks like someone else that I knew from an earlier point in my life, but they can't possibly be here. But in the dream, it's normal. You're having the conversation and you're talking to them as though it's there. But I can know for sure when I get up that those people are not in the right place. In fact, a lot of times when I wake up from these dreams, I get disoriented. So I'm disoriented. So I would spend the first like 10 to 20 minutes trying to reorganize my thoughts. Like I would ask myself, okay, I don't think that actually happened. Like the nature of the dream, it felt very real because of lucid dreaming. No, that didn't happen. It actually happened this way. And these are the people that are in this time frame, and these are the people that are in this time frame. They're separate, they never cross paths. That's kind of my dreams. I have these dreams a lot, and I think I can explain why these dreams happen. And it's not necessarily because my brain is borked or I'm having like dementia or something like that, at least not for now. The idea is that's how I remember things. I typically cross things together to remember things. So like my graduate mentor is consistently associated with my undergrad mentor. That's how I remember their details. So like the properties that I want to remember about my graduate mentors help me remember the properties of my undergrad mentors. So when I talk to you, like when I talk to drama about what I talk to you about, from occasion I would say, okay, was it you that we talked about crabs? But it could be drama. I could kind of see it occur. So that's kind of how I remember things. So most of the time I layer my thoughts. It translates into my dreams. And how can this be empathetical? Like how can people relate to this in terms of language learning? I haven't talked about language learning in a hot minute. So let's make it about language learning. That's kind of like dreams, when suddenly, if you're constantly learning a language and then you go to bed and you have a dream entirely being unable to express yourself because you're in a different language. That's what happens. When your memories are associated and they line up with your basic functions or like other memories, you will have anachronisms in your memory or like anachronisms in your dream. So it's kind of like someone waking up not being like thinking in Spanish, right? You know, they're having a dream and they're thinking in Spanish as opposed to English, and then some scenes just come out Spanish, but you can't seem to express, like you're still unable to say the thing in Spanish, but everyone else is speaking Spanish because your input is already good enough to understand all the people in Spanish. But wait a minute, none of these people actually speak Spanish because they're anachronisms of the people you have. So like suddenly my best friend would be able to speak Spanish in my dreams, you know? Do you ever wake up then go back to sleep? Whenever I do that, I have incredibly vivid dreams. I do. Your studies, please, Mako, please complete me. And you say you would. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. What you call it? I do. Sorry. Yeah, that's fair. I do. I have incredibly vivid dreams. In fact, it's you. That happens more often when you lucid dream. Like in my opinion, like when it comes to like vivid dreaming, I don't remember, but there are people who deliberately do this. Were you the one that mentioned this? There are people who deliberately like try to elicit that type of thing, and it does deal with like trying to be like in a partial state of sleeping and dreaming at the same time, and that does align a lot of times with like sleeping and then going back to sleep, or trying to take lots of long naps frequently. That type of thing does happen. It's weird, but the person was, I don't know how the person interacted. They found like it was a little bit like surprising, but I usually have dreams with insecurities, so most of my dreams are about insecurities. When I wake up, I'm not insecure, but when I'm sleeping, the to like close off the things, when someone asks me like, you wouldn't understand, you don't have any insecurities, and I often tell them, right, like you don't see the insecurity because I don't express them, I don't tackle them during my day. But there are plenty of ways to know that you have insecurities. I have them in my dreams, or I have them in my mania most of the time. So, like, it's not like they go away. And are they suppressed, right? Like some people would say, like, "Oh, you're suppressing your insecurities. That's why it's coming out in your dreams." You know, like some Freudian, some post neo Freudian argument or something. It's like, probably, yeah, I guess. But you know what's great about those dreams? It tells me that I'm a human being. Maku is a real boy, not, a real person. He's not a robot who lacks any insecurities. However, I don't have to show that to people. Like what I mean is, I can talk about these things without it having to cripple me every single time. I want to show strength, right? Like not necessarily strength, like, yeah, look at how good I am, how stoic I am. No, I want to show that I can talk about these things. My dreams are filled with insecurities. Number one insecurity, failing people. Every single time. Like 7 out of 10 dreams I have is about failing people. So sometimes people will say, well, if you are so insecure about that, why do you continue to address, like, put yourself in a situation in which that could happen? It's because I don't want it to control my life. Like I don't want to sit here and say, oh man, I go catatonic every time I keep worrying about failing people. It's like, I'm going to worry about failing people, and I'm going to try my best to do something about it. It's not going to go away. Like, you can't change. Like when someone argue like, oh, people don't change, and I agree, there are parts of things that people don't change. I totally agree with that. There are also parts that you can change, and that's what you do about your insecurities. Honestly, I don't think my insecurities have ever gone away. failing people is like innate to my upbringing. You fail your parents, dishonor, right? Fear of underperformance. That's been my entire life. And whenever someone says, "Oh, you don't feel that way for real," like you, like we only interact when I'm at my best. That's what I mean by independence, right? To truly see when I'm at my worst, you would have to be my independent close friend to really truly see when I'm at my worst. Right now, I can't ever earnestly and blanketly tell anyone who's watching this to assume that I'm not at my best. I, quote unquote, temporarily. Like, I am usually at my above average when recording. And that is the idea that I want to give to people. You have to be aware that humans are the whole package. When you see someone streaming and someone like editing something, that's part of them. It's not all of them. That's the awareness that I typically pave by. Like someone can come by and say like, you always think you're always right. And it's like, well, when I'm on stream, I try to be helpful and useful and argumentative and whatnot, but that's only the part of me that is ready for it, right? So when you said like I have a shock face when I react with a shock, I'm genuinely curious what that would look like, because it's been a while. It's been a while since, I mean, I live a very isolated life, so at the moment, I probably have a lot of shock face when I go to Otakon, but that's about it. So most of the stuff behind the camera and whatnot is very calculated, very within the scope. I've been embarrassed before. Ooh, have I done some embarrassing things before? Yeah, you too recently, your dream self keeps choosing the worst option that you fear of doing. Yeah, that's something that's to me, that's the human condition. Like whenever someone needs a reminder, right, you don't challenge people about their insecurities. I really don't think you have to challenge people about insecurities. That's like making a competition of who's the worst. And to me, I accept as an idealism that if you're human, you have insecurities expressed somewhere. How you use that, how you address that, how you manage it is part of the human condition. It's the journey you express. So for me, yeah, I have no problems. Whenever someone says like, oh, yeah, I bet you're never afraid of failure now that you made it. It's like every single day. I'm afraid of failure every single day. Like there's nothing that makes me any... someone who's not afraid of failure, you could even argue that's a little bit sociopathic, right? Like the whole idea of knowing success is also knowing failure. Understanding happiness because there's sadness. When I say that I'm usually very content, that doesn't mean I've never been devastated before and go like catatonic in a corner or something, or struggled with hardship, right? That's kind of the bonding moments of human condition. In fact, I often think some of the happiest people are also some of the saddest people at any given time. Not overall, at any given time. Like, how do I appreciate happiness? It's because I've been very sad before. How can I talk to someone about chronic depression? Because you're probably not going to be surprised, I was there before. And there are things I can't talk about on YouTube and Twitch. What I mean is, I can't mention these out of context. But whenever someone says like, oh, you've never been this worse, like sometimes I just want to go up to a very tall place and think about it. I'm being discreet here. I'm like, yeah, no kidding. There were times when I was commuting at 3 a.m. trying to make back on the holidays, but I'm so attached to my work that I cross a bridge in my car and I was wondering like, hey, no one's around. I wonder. that's happened to me in my life. So it's one of those things, like when someone feels like they're connected and they know what they're talking about, it's irreplaceable. It's very obvious, and it's also one of the very strong connecting points. And overcoming that makes you even stronger too. So you have very lows, but you also have dramatically highs if you succeed. Obviously, if you succeed. That's a big if. I totally understand. There are people who never come back from it. And that is one of the, like, to me, that's one of the saddest things that I hope that I don't get to witness or have a dependency on. Like, that's it's also for self-guarding when I mentioned keeping my distance on dependency, because it goes both ways. When you become too dependent, like for example a doctor or a therapist, right? When you have a dual role, it becomes codependent. You create codependency over time, and that is both devastating to the person who's trying to help and also the person who is being helped. So that's kind of how I address things myself. Like, I want people to be as thriving as possible, as quickly, despite the exchange. It feels good sometimes to have someone like really dependent on you because they're always there to provide you with attention and all that, maybe something like that. But I don't desire that for the idea that I would most definitely trade it off for that person's independence. Like that is goated, the independence thing. All right, anyways, let's now we can finally wrap it up. Good talk. Sheesh. I have so many ideas. Okay, all right, hold on. All right. I'm gonna go with Trey. It's Trey. It's gotta be Trey. Oh heck, it's 2. Okay, not the beach house. Cool. Bien. Or Ban. Bien. I'm gonna go. Wait, Ooh. Or is there sand? Hui. Okay, Hui. Alright, cool. Missiles. Statue. Not jaw. Yeah, jaw. Chinese Mao towel stuff. Chuang. Bugle towel. Sure. All right, cool. All right, what do we have here? Wait, why are there so many? Oh no. Okay, maybe I got to do the last 10. all right, let's do the last 10. That's not gonna work. Okay. Uh,
辣椒，
这些辣椒非常辣。
don't laugh. Okay, it's just the last 10. We got this. Or I can simply take some leniency here. What the fairy? What? How does the fairy line up with the flower? Okay. That's pretty unfortunate.
脚架，
村民聚集在脚架前观看。
绞绳子，
我绞绳子，然后卖掉它。
铲子，
铲子很重。
堪称，
这道菜堪称世界级的美味。
Heck. Kancheng is, oh. Or can be called, that's fine. uh... That's not 幅度.
幅度，
这个改变的幅度不小。
Probably like the degree of, like the extent. Okay, degree of is fine.
内敛，
他是个内敛的人。
巅峰，
他的事业达到了巅峰。
Okay, so what's going on here? I'm losing my chill, my vibe here, my tether with how does fairy and flower connect? But it has say too. Is it wait. 奶奶总是带着什么的微笑。Probably I. I is bad. It's to be friendly. Yeah. Okay. What is this? 挽救? No?
挽救，
消防员挽救了孩子。
和蔼，
奶奶总是带着和蔼的微笑。
What the hell? It's like kind of a contentment, but like amiable. Yeah, kind. Okay, fine. All right, we'll come back to that tomorrow. It's gonna come back tomorrow. Okay. Now let's get back to. Now let's get back to this. Is everything still in its proper place? I think so. All right. Okie dokie. Where are we at? Fei Bang. I had you in the background. No way you're just now saying let's get back to it. Listen. It's only been like 2 hours, okay? Chill. We had like 3-hour discussions and 6-hour ones. It's fine. 没关系，没关系。Uh-oh. This must be Dan. That doesn't seem right. Oh, 树。树什么？树一，树间，树间。That one's gonna suck. A brocade. Man, brocade. And then Sichuan brocade. What is that? Tan Huan. Yan Wo. Tian He. Yan. 偏颇 Yes. Nope. Nope. Niao Wo. 企鹅 起 coral. I don't like coral. 起兴 玄性 鞭子 Show. I need to go to the bathroom so badly. Sorry, too much information. Show. Show yi. All that hydration. Luo. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Chu. Okay. So Cupid. Bathroom. House. This is where he's like working on his like a new handgun to spread love. Right, it shoots like clusters of bamboo arrows of love, and equipped with a compass that tells him where the targets are. I think this one's cute. Okay. Ian. So Bigfoot's bathroom pawn shop. Does that check out? I think that checks out, yeah. Where he is thinking it's a great idea to braid some silk, some secondhand silk for some hair to wear, and then Sure, why not? Give it a little bit of spice by incorporating some peppers on it. Alright. We got Hulk outside of the beach house. What is this? This is the he's doing good. So he has these like sandals, and he's on top of a mountain of sand, and he like slammed the ground, smash the ground, and then he rescues a foreman who gives him an emblem made of silk as a reward for his heroism. Okay. Now we got Zeus bathroom. Oh, this one's wild. Okay, bathroom office where he's trying to coerce these office workers to create a scrap metal from these missiles in order to create a statue of him wearing a laurel wreath and on top of a majestic goat. Don't ask. Majestic goat, or the majestic sheep, in order to what is that? Oh, they need to bore a hole in the tile floor of the bathroom of the office building to entertain his godly presence. Okay. Appeal to his vanity. All right, we got Chucky in the chapel where he repurposed a Chinese mold of towels to create a building in which he hires guard to protect at the consternation and fear of the priests and chapel goers. Okay. So we got James Bond bathroom beach house. Is it really the beach house? I think this is where he's holding up on his secret mission, where he took a towel and picked up a bugle. No comment on bugle. Pick up a bugle in order to set a banner to I don't know, trick his target to coming to his trap or something. Okay. So then we have Gandalf in front of the electricity plant where he can't seem to get in, so he takes off his glove and it transforms into a bird, a pigeon to be precise, in order to deliver his message. All right. We got two characters cherry picked. P. I lost P at woman, I think. Oh, and the X on the radio. There's something on the bottom and I don't remember what it is. Yeah, I don't remember what bottom of the radio. Is it like suns? Is it a sun? No, it's a stack. Dang. So that's a problem. Or rival. And then T. Trace. Oh, this one's tough too. It's so tough. I don't even know where to go off on. Like, I don't even have a anchor for T. Base. Oh man, yeah, this requires some work. I have a foot to work with. In a pedestal. Trace. Okay, let's see what we can do with these two. P, I don't know what to do about that. I don't know. And that's why we picked these. That's why. Stack X radio woman. All right. Wow. Nope. And it's in complete in isolation. We can tie it. We can tie it to the vocabulary word. So Pinocchio is in the bathroom of the house where he is listening to the radio. X's. Where he learns about different things that women, I don't know, desire. That stacks in people's favor, and different X's, I guess, different, while avoiding any X's that makes them compare favorably. He is learning a list of various things that make people rival each other favorably. He is hiding. I don't know. He is running off in secret in a bathroom to listen to the radio. Who knows, Pinocchio? Sorry, Pinocchio. That's tough. That's really tough. I think what's even more tough is traces. Oh boy. So what do we have to work with? We have the pedestal, we have fins, and then we have a drop. Oh, we could use also. Oh my gosh, also is horrifying. Did I swear I added also to this too. No, maybe not. Okay. Okay, Jimmy is in front of the house, right? We still gotta use the fins and maybe. Where he is designing a specialized high-tech tracking device to track footprints from an experiment that escaped. His high-tech tracking device happens to also be a wooden leg that moves and literally that literally moves along the tracks made by his runaway experiment. Alright, we tried. What is it used for tracks? Oh, those are pretty good. Historic sites and footprints. Okay. Alright. That's good enough. We got a couple hours to do some Kiwami 3. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our HanziHero today. It has been a while since we had a digression. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap. This would be a great example of our yap. Talk about things, might argue about things, have a weird arousal. I am kidding. Get emotional. Then, in the end of the day, it's all about that extra long gameplay, right? The long game. It's all about the long game. Building rapport, testing our limits, having conversational banter, and scholastically engaging in arguments, I suppose. The goal often is to come out mutually winning, right? Deeper understandings is typically the point. And I personally think that is related to language learning as well, because when one is language learning, there will be, it's inevitable that there will be miscommunications or different takes or mutually accepted truths, right? It's not, oftentimes it's rarely about right or wrongs, honestly. It's more about how diverse and inclusive and exclusive people's perspectives are. And with enough mutual respect, I suppose, it goes a long way to create independence. I think oftentimes my actions tend to reflect my perception of the other person, right? So you can read into it. It'd be great to have someone explain to me my motivations, and I certainly am no stranger in either acknowledging it or refuting it. I actually do quite enjoy a rare occasion where I haven't had too many of these, because I've already shared that I spend most of my time in isolation nowadays. However, it would be great to sit down and converse with someone who is telling me about myself, right? That's perfectly fine. The thing about this is there's a very fine line between someone trying to gaslight me because of the situation we have. Usually the privileges, quote unquote, the privileges that I have is someone who explained to me things, and despite my best nature to provide counter arguments, the nature in which they go about it is more about, they are more focused and motivated about being right and wrong, as opposed to discovery and possibilities. And that's kind of what it's been a while. It's been a hot minute when someone comes up and tells me, like, it isn't phrased in a way like, oh, you always do this, you always do that. I'm like, that's probably not true. So oftentimes it's refreshing to sit down and ask someone, hey, you have a really long history of exceptional experience. And then I would be asking the question instead, right? And I look forward to having the privilege, or any of the people that I've been having converse with for such a long time, because one day the day will come where, in my opinion, the day will come when, like, you guys are successful, independent, and all of that, and literally I would love to be the one that asks one question and get, like, just get swarmed with like 2 or 3 hours of digression. One day I would love to be in a position where I get to interview people, right? Maybe that's the thing in the future. That's kind of what I have often find where my place of growth is dramatic. You sit down, you have the privilege to give the mic to the other person. Obviously, it's not as convenient now, right? Because of this type of medium, but we're gonna work towards it. Or, dear me, find collaborative chances. That will require influence, though. So maybe opportunity might present itself. That is a luck factor that I would definitely welcome. An opportunity to maybe pour my heart and soul into interviewing someone. It's really, I often forget, or it's been a while since I've had the privilege of simply watching people respond like to my inquisitions. I call them inquisitions, but my like curiosity about them. Now, the problem in what I want to emphasize is, much like everyone else, I don't think I am any different from other people who spend most of the time on the internet. It's often the other way around. Like whenever I hear about this guy or watch this person's stuff, it's not like I'm interacting with them, right? It's a parasocial relationship. So even if someone else is interacting with me, the moment this interaction ends, it will likely be that the other person and myself, we would live in isolation and then watch other people of whom you may want to talk to one day. But that might not ever happen. It may never occur, ever. And I feel that's oftentimes why it's great to constantly try to seek and invest in people for the long game. Because I absolutely love the idea that one day, maybe it'd be a 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, I would love to be the one that sits down and listen to what they have made. Listen and sit, like, I don't know what it's going to be, but I hope that someone that I've been speaking to will produce great artwork, right? For example, someone else who would make I want to be that guy, and I've said this before, I want to be the guy who gets to brag and humble flex about someone I know. So like all these people that I'm randomly meeting, like even a person who disliked me for being like a shill or a copium or something like that, and they're saying they're making their own game to like redefine the industry or something like that. I am waiting for that to happen. Like even those who insult me and stuff, if they say they're gonna go on to change the social status quo or see a vision that I'm incapable of, I'm waiting to see that. I want to see that. I can't wait to like that person who told me they know what is sickening about the gaming industry and they can change it. They have a vision to change it. I want to see that, because then I get to say, hey, you know that guy who told me I was completely wrong about some things? I'm happy to admit this person, it was right about everything. You should go play its game, because that game is absolutely awesome. And I'm glad I lived long enough to know that I was put in my place and that person is successful. In the other side of things, you know, people that I know, maybe in another 3 years, I haven't talked to someone in 4 years, and then they come back and they say, hey, you're still doing the same thing. But guess what? A lot of things have happened in the 4 years. I made this thing. You want to go check it out? It's like, absolutely. And when I check it out, do you have time? Because I have many questions. Let's go answer those questions. And if you're not, you know, too busy, like I legitimately do not know like too many people in my life that I have an endless supply of advertisement, like bragging. I talk I'm very guilty of talking up the people I know, even when I've met them for a day. So like today, I talked about what I spoke about 2 days ago with the only other person that I spoke to for 2 days ago, you know, within the last week. And then before that, just the conversation before that. And then if you're insulting me, I still will, you know, a video comment that insult me, I'll still talk about that person in the most respectful way I can, because it's a learning lesson. It's something that is privileged to me. I don't really think that someone who dislikes me or disagrees with me is a place where I can't learn anything. I can always learn something, use it for a different purpose, elevate its importance. You know, if you think you're wasting your breath on me, then I will probably try my darndest to say that you're probably not wasting your breath on me anyways. And one day when you have the righteous indignation to prove me wrong at every corner, I hope you're right, because then I have the benefit of learning from it. That's the goal, right? If you're so adamant that I am incorrect and fallacious in my way, being able to prove that and do that means that I have the opportunity to do and learn something from someone else's effort and not my own, right? And that is kind of awesome. Like, the internet's filled with that, I totally understand, but having to interact with the person that made it, that's priceless. Like, when is the next time you're going to be able to brag about that? Like, hey guys, I just happen to know the CEO of XYZ company. I won't tell you. I'm kidding. I actually don't know any, like, I don't know anyone who's like a CEO of something, or like, I don't know this famous influencer, or I don't go to high school with, I don't even know what happened to all the people that I went to high school with. Like, I didn't keep track of them. Like, I can't even tell you if I ever crossed paths with someone that used to know me and I'm like, oh hey, you know that guy? No wonder he looks so familiar. We used to go to high school together. I genuinely did not come from a background where there are people who I'm able to advertise. And since I live dramatically in isolation for quite a long time now, it's almost a decade now, I'm pretty much isolated from a lot of those people. Of the people that I do know, I find as many opportunities as I can to talk about them, because one day, maybe one day, I can bring them in contact with someone else. So mark my words, every time we have an argument or a discussion, it's going to be brought up. Like, right now, currently, right, we have like 4 people: Drama, James, Brocall, Mika, Churn. Those names are right in the back of my hand, because I hope that maybe one day, whatever it is that I'm able to do or socialize, or whatever it is that they're able to do, bring them together. That's the only, to me, that's the only humanistic legacy left when it comes to the human condition. There are not a lot of things you can pass on in this mortal life. So one of them is through conversation and stories. So that's what I welcome to people. We're always welcome, right? So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right, thanks for watching and listening, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, go to the bathroom, and I'll be back, and we're gonna do a little bit of Kiwami 3. All right? Thank you.